thank everybody for coming out and supporting these young students and their endeavors and showing these animals and their support that you give them. I want to thank all the kids for their hard work throughout the year on raising these animals. We know it's not easy, and we know it's a trial to get all these young students together. This time, we're going to go ahead. If I can get everyone to stand and remove your hats, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance and a quick prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather today here at this arena. Thank you for allowing all of our showmen and parents to arrive safely. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers and keep them safe as they travel back home. In your name we pray. Amen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start this show off with our Lamb Showmanship. And our judge is Mr. Austin Boyle. Austin Boyle is the owner of the Purple Circle magazine with his wife, Dylan, daughter, with his wife, and daughter, and son. Austin and his family live every day in the livestock business through their own companies. Austin is judged in over 20 states and is a member of the 2009 National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Texas Pet. In his spare time, he proudly serves on the SC Online Sales Sheep and Goat Team and enjoys helping families all over the South building better humans through goats and hog projects. So at this time, I need all my junior Lamb Showmanship to go ahead and come up to the arena. Come on up. Just like you love me, let me, it's like you to do that sort of thing. Over and over again, you're a full-hearted man. Somebody's gonna give you a lesson, and even somebody's gonna give you back what you've been giving, and I know that I'm right. Once I'll knock you down, oh, it's not you love, and leave them just like you love. You to do that sort of thing over and over again. You're a full-hearted man.
Her hands wrapped up in mine, tears rolling out of her eyes. No mess.
Showman, if you can hear me, let's go ahead and wait in the barn until this little cell passes, and then we will bring all up the lambs.
To believe it wasn't me trying to leave this town. It ain't always the cat that ain't got around. Ain't got no sit down in their boots. Gone just what they do. They're right. Searching something. The midnight Chevrolet. The cat. I've never seen over from this side. Never heard lonely get this quiet. Still I can't keep from smiling, 'cause damn that girl can fly. that's what they do. They're restless, running, searching for something. Leaving love in the dust of a midnight Chevrolet. It ain't all they can't. Chasing that way, going too far, where everything it ain't always a cowboy that ain't got no settle down in there.
Some noise, really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream it down. Make no visions, yeah, you're I only want to have a good time. Best thing about being a woman is up the value to have money. Man, I feel like a woman. See a break tonight. Wanna take a chance to get out of town. Real eagle dance, only wanna dance. Gonna let our head down. The best thing about being a woman is that
All right, showman. I need my junior Lamb Showmanship to come on up. Need the junior Lamb Showmanship to come on up. And please, with the recent little storm we just had come through, watch your step coming from the barn to the arena. It's going to be a little slick. Junior Lambs Showmanship, come up now. Junior Lamb Showmanship, come up now.
Lazy yellow moon coming up to the night, shining through the tree. Crickets are singing and lightning bugs are floating on the breeze. Baby, get ready. Across the field where the old stump road. I'm gonna old stump road. I'm gonna take you to a special place that nobody knows. Baby, get ready. Ooh, you and me go fishing in the dark, light backs and count the stars where the blue grass grows. Down by the river in the full moonlight, down by the river in the full moonlight, in the middle of the night, just moving slow. It feels so good to be with you. Spring is almost over and the summer's coming. The days are getting long. Waited all winter for the time to be right, just to take you along. Baby, get ready. And it don't matter if we sit forever and the fish don't bite. We'll jump in the river and cool ourselves from the heat of the night. Baby, get ready. Ooh, grass grows down by the river in the middle of the night, just moving slow. Feels so good to be with you and me, going in the dark all night. Tracks and counting the stars where the cool grass grows. Dancing by the river and down the line, we'll be falling in love. It must be the night, just moving slow. You sweat me, go you in the dark night on the backs and count the stars where the cool grass grows. I heard you need some help on the farm. Somebody with a truck and two strong arms, not scared of dirt and willing to work till the sun goes down. So I pulled up and said, I'm your man.
Well, good morning, and has become the tradition over the last 5 or 6 years. It's good to be back in Bear County. I've been lucky to be here for multiple species. I'll be here for multiple species this year. Love this organization and what you guys do, and appreciate the opportunities that you've extended to me. We get to junior showmanship, and not just a whole lot of numbers. And for me, with a 5-year-old, and we're close to being on the head of some sheep and goats here in the near future, it's something that I certainly love and can appreciate what it takes to just get these young kids in this ring and be decisive enough to show on their own. It's certainly a tremendous testament to what you're doing at home, to the leaders, and to the people around you. For me, I think there's a couple. Unfortunately, we can just give champion, but there's a few that I think just get stuck. They've got just kind of the look and the tenacity of a very, very good showman, and then they do the basic stuff right, which I think is incredibly important. For me, I think it could become really, really close to 2 of them. Again, we can only give one. It's a purple ribbon. We're going to use the young lady. Her hair should be your champion.
Dragging my butt to work with the smell of a perfume on my shirt. I'd be on the tractor, she'd be on my mind, but that sun beating down his back of mine. And just when I thought it couldn't get no hotter, I fell in love with the farmer's daughter. We got married last spring. Whoa, there ain't no better love for me. I'm still hauling hay and feeding the hogs, and that summer sun's got me sweating like a dog. So I cool off in the creek, and she brings me out a glass of sweet iced tea. Now I'm on a tractor, she's on my mind, and I can't wait till it's quitting time. And just when I think it can't get no hotter, I come home to the farmer's daughter. The farmer's daughter. Baby, why don't we just turn that TV on? 315 channels of nothing but bad news on. Well, it might be me, but the way I see it, the whole wide world has gone crazy. So baby, why don't we just dance? This little bitty living room ain't gonna look like much. Lights go down and we move the couch, it's gonna be more than enough. For my two lips beating, our two hearts beating, nobody's gonna see us go crazy. So baby, why don't we just dance down the hall, maybe straight up the stairs, bouncing off the wall, floating on air, baby. Why don't we just dance? Baby, why don't you go put your best dress on? High heel shoes you love to lose as soon as the tunes come on. On second thought, just the way you are, it's already driving me crazy. So baby, why don't we just dance down the hall, maybe straight up the stairs, bouncing off the wall, floating on air, baby. Just dance. Well, it might be me, but the way I see it, the whole wide world has gone crazy. So baby, why don't we just dance? Oh, baby, baby, why don't we just dance? I took 2 weeks vacation for the honeymoon. A couple tickets all inclusive down in Cancun. I couldn't get my money back, so I'm in seat 7A. I'm getting drunk on a plane. I bet the fella on the out thought I was crazy. So I taped your picture to the seat back right beside me. Now I got empty Nanny bottles filling both our trays. I'm getting drunk on a plane. Takes for everybody, the party, it's a party. Got the 737, rockin' like a G7. Still this is on sexy lady, coke and whiskey. Told her about my condition, got a little my blood addiction. It's murder, up in the cloud. I'm so high, they never come down. Trying to travel the path, there's no why. drunk on a plane. We had this date marked on the calendar for red. We take that new wet limo airport ride to get. Feel like a plastic groove alone there at the top of the cage. So hey, I'm getting drunk on a plane. Trip for everybody, got the party. It's a party, got the 737, rocking like a G7. Stewardess is all sexy, mandatory, cooking whiskey to the about my condition. Got a little my flight attention. It's Market Goat, up in love. I'm so high, they never come down.
Just a quick announcement. If you happen to lost a set of keys, please come up to the stage. Describe said keys to me and I will return them to you. We have a set of keys we have found that was turned in by a student.
The first set of seniors has certainly set the bar high. I think there's a few that are real close to getting kind of pulled out here in the middle. But I think when you consider where we're at in the senior division, I just think we've found the best three, and we're going to roll to the next heat. Tremendous group of seniors. Put your hands together for them as we exit, and we'll work to the next heat.
Getting drunk on a plane. I might be passed out in the baggage claim. But right now, I'm drunk on a plane. All the folks down in Lynchburg, Tennessee, been working hard for good old boys like me. I don't want to be the one to tell them that stuff that they've been selling ain't working like it should, but I damn sure wish it would. Whiskey's supposed to drown the memory. Gone from one to one too many. And the thing that really gets me is how your memory drowns the whiskey. Maybe it's the bar or the stool I'm on. Maybe it's the band and the sad old song that keeps me buying rounds. It keeps me turning down any girl that wants to dance. You ain't giving them a chance. Whiskey's supposed to drown the memory. I've gone from one to one too many. There's a thing that really gets me. It's how your memory drowns the whiskey. That 80 proof ain't got a shot at touching you.
But whiskey's supposed to drown the memory. I've gone from one to one too many. The thing that really gets me. Whiskey's supposed to drown the memory. I've gone from one to one too many. The thing that really gets me is how your memory drowns whiskey. Yeah, the thing that really gets me is how your memory drowns whiskey. All the folks down in Lynchburg, Tennessee, been working hard for good old boys like me.
You save yourself from marriage, you're a bore. You don't save yourself from marriage, you're a horrible.
Our newly designed t-shirts are for sale at the info booth. They're $20 and they are designed by some of our ambassadors.
We pulled 4 out of this group. I think there's 4 that I want to see just with the final group as we get out here. And man, you look around, and if you don't think that this industry is an equal opportunity employer, look at, there's one lone young man in this heat. There was one lone young man in the last heat, and then we're surrounded by a bunch of girls. So hats off to y'all. Rock and roll. We'll go to the next heat. We're going to keep these 4. Put your hands together for them. Show them how much you appreciate them.
We would like to take a moment to thank the Bear County Junior Livestock Show Board of Directors. They are walking around their new director shirts. We would also like to thank today's superintendent, Mr. Brian Quinn.
We will also like to recognize the BCJLS ambassadors working today. They are walking around in their black vests. Senior Mia Alvarado,
Melanie Avila,
James Kane, Senior, Cassidy Dickeyhoo, Caroline Habercorn, Marlena Martinez, Senior, Cash Shepard, Sydney Smith, returning for her second year, Reagan Snap, Senior, Caroline Terrell, returning for her second year and senior year, Addison Wolf. Thank you to all the ambassadors working today.
Hey, a really, really tough heat, the toughest that we've seen by some margin, and that's not to take away from the very highly qualified and great showmen that have come through. It's just sometimes the good ones or some of the kiddos that are just more my style fit in one, and that's completely okay. I think it's probably time to just make a mention, especially if there's some of you ringside that maybe don't know what the criteria is. There's about an 8-page book that tells you what the criteria is, and it's different every time you read it, especially for showmanship, because it's all just personal preference. But for me, I want these kids to come in this show ring just with the right kind of attitude and the right kind of moxie as they hit the show ring, and these 5 absolutely do that. I want those kids to be decisive when they get to a spot. I want them to get in the right position, whether it's right or wrong. I want them to get there and be decisive about what they're doing. Be decisive and fluid about their movements. And then for me, 3rd or 4th down the line, it becomes a question of skin and hair, of presentation, of indicators that show me what you've done at home. These slicked off sheep that look like glass, that feel like soft leather, that doesn't happen the day before the show or even the week before the show. It starts at home. And it just, you get rewarded here. So those are just kind of the factors that I'm sorting through. Absolutely tough group out here. Please put your hands together for them. Show them how much you appreciate them. another really, really good heat, one of the better ones for sure. We keep a few more, and I think there's even more in this group than the last that are certainly on the bubble, just from getting pulled into the middle and getting to compete in the finals. Very, very good division of seniors. We'll look what your finals look like. Please, one more time, put your hands together for them as we excuse them.
Make sure your body's not too twisted. Y'all doing great.
Need all my South Downs to go ahead and come on up to the arena and line up. Need all my South Downs to go ahead and come up to line up. And then Fine Wool, we can bring y'all down to the staging area. Fine Wool can also come down to the staging area. Sorry, go ahead.
Step away from the fence. Walk out that way. Away from the fence. So it doesn't get dirty. Don't let him get up against this fence. Hey, you still jumping? No. You got first, yeah, this is the first class. There's only one class. That girl's saying they got a phone, but I think it's a phone. So how many, like, so baby? I think 138. Hold on, let me. 132, I'm sorry, 132. 131. Abby? The first class. And then so how many classes are these? They've got like 3 final crosses. So like 7 classes. No, probably not. Probably not. So what kind of rank are they? I mean, you're talking to right, those ones start at 1 o'clock. For sure, too. My mom was asking for mine. No, she's gonna come, but I told her to wait. Okay. So, otherwise she would be sitting there. Or I think I did at the same time. She'll be able to come in noon. They got school. You get both? Yeah, just keep. I do not. I feel like they look decent, but I got here, I'm like, alright, no conspiracy. Yeah, there's a lot of that's probably, I think a lot of persons are like that. I don't know.
Hey, those of you sitting ringside, put your hands together for our senior division. Man, it has been tough. It has been a whole lot of fun out here. I pulled my top 5 in the middle. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I think, and I think these are the 5 that just made the fewest amount of mistakes today. And I stress that because if you've been around this livestock world long enough, you know that tomorrow you can bring the same animal in the same ring, arguably with me standing here, and it can be very different because kind of like my 5-year-old, sometimes they just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and you have a rough morning, and that's what happens. And you go to the next show and you get better and you learn from it. But these are my top 5. I think these 5 individuals are the ones that just from a presence standpoint and a presentation standpoint, rise to the top. I think in motion, I think they're the most consistent with their movement. Some are faster than others, some are slower than others, but they're at least consistent, which for me goes a long way. At this point, especially with these top 5, there's going to be 4 of you that think I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm talking about. And there's going to be one of you that's probably going to add me on Facebook, and we're going to be friends for the next 10 years. And that's okay, right? Because you get a different guy in here. In my mind, I think these 5 will still be the top 5, but they're likely going to pick a different champion. I think there's one that is as good in motion as they are on the stick, do a very, very good job. They fit me the best. Young lady in the black sweater there will be your champion. Congratulations.
They go Tuesday, Thursday,
And this will be our final call for Southdown class. Southdown class. So we have 11 entered in the Southdown class, and we will be placing 7. 11 entered, placing 7. How many? And if you're just leaving the showmanship, if you have a Southdown, we need you to go ahead and come on into the holding area. Need all my Southdowns to the holding area. Final call for Southdown. Need the Southdown to come up. Missing 3 for this class. Missing 3 for the class. If you have a Southdown, you need to be making your way to the arena right now. Allison Throckmorton. Need. What? Okay. What about Stephanie Garza? That's the only scratch Throckmorton. Stephanie Garza. Stephanie Garza, need your south down. Maybell Cope. Maybell Cope, need your south down. Kevin Burns, fine wool. Kevin Burns, we need you to come on up to the staging area.
I had to keep it on maybe this.
I mean, what a way to start the market show and get showmanship out of the way. And I can tell you without much hesitation what I think about your livestock. I use a lot more self-control and are very selective of my words in showmanship. But when we get here, the trend throughout the day is when these kids leave the ring, you're going to know exactly what I thought. I don't think there's any point in me hiding my feelings to the end to make this big, long, dramatic grand drive speech or breed drive speech. I'm going to tell you in class exactly what I think about them. And we're going to start with one that wins and wins easy. And I don't care who you are. If you don't like that kind, you and me ain't going to be friends ever, okay? That thing, advantages really start at the ground. Huge-toed, big forearmed, wide-chested, handles like an absolute brick, square made everywhere, and then off to the side. For me, that one proportions and lines up and is as organized, about as balanced as anything that has come through the ring thus far today. Incredible, incredible sheep. Way to start the first class of the day. That's not taken away from the one in second because, man, that one is boxy. That one's short-backed, and that's what a lightweight Southdown lamb ought to look like. That thing runs uphill. He's good in the set to his neck. He's level in his hip. Just compared to the one right in front of him, maybe a little frailer featured at the ground, maybe a little frailer in his forearm, and I think part of that is probably just leg wool. It looks like he's nibbled it all off. And then the angle of that one's shoulder is a little more upright, and he's got a little bit more lower shoulder and chest than the one directly in front of him. A good safe one to be in third that I think is square made, is sound. I love that one's hip and hind leg design, the type of muscle that he's got on his skeleton. I think handling quality probably puts that one third compared to these two. He's a little drier over his rack. He's a little more nondescript there to the edges of his loin, and I'd change that. And things would go a different way. 4 and 5 is a very, very close call. I think for me it's cutability that sorts that pair. The 1 and 4 just handles harder, has more genuine muscle. I just like the functionality and the skeleton of yours. That one is just a little too soft to make its way further up in the top 5. Very, very good class. Great group of kids. Put your hands together for them. We'll move on to the next.
Next class is fine wool. We have 7 entries and we'll place 4. 7 entries and we'll place 4. Call for the, whatever's after fine wool.
This will be the first call of Class 3 Fine Wool Cross.
The results for the SAFTA Class 1. First place, Abigail Lutz. Second place, Grant Gonzalez. Third place, Savannah White. Fourth place, Stephanie Garza. Fifth place, Maybelle Cope. Sixth place, Faithlyn Ziegler. And seventh place, Faithlyn Ziegler.
This will be second call for Class 3 Fine Wool Cross.
Olivia White, Tatiana Ramos, and Shelby Smith. We need you to come up to the staging area with your cross, your fine wool cross. Olivia White, Tatiana Ramos, and Shelby Smith.
Certainly a tougher breed to sort through and just a tougher breed division out here. I think just from an outlier standpoint, our class winner needs to win. If you want to pick him apart, you certainly can. He's not the neatest and the most youthful about his chest. He's not the levelest out of his hip, but he's the one that's got muscle. He's the one that's got honest turn to his body and just his rib cage. And that has translated just to more mass than anything when you get up out of here. If you want them to run uphill and you want them to be a geeky kind of club sheep looking, that's probably not one for you, but I think that's the one that totals up the best for me. It gets really close between second and third, and I'm not going to tell you that they're similar in any way, shape, or form. I think they're two completely different sheep. I like the skeleton. I like the hip and hind leg of the one in second. I think that one is just more ready today than the one that's in third. I'd love to just shave his chest and make him just a little bit wider there at the base of his rib cage and his body. But for me, I think that one's handling quality and where that one is at from a finish and composition standpoint, he needs to be second. I love the look and design of your sheep, young lady. That thing runs uphill. He's neat looking. His lines are all right. His attitude is terrible, but I'm not judging you on that. He's the skinniest one in this class by some regard, so that at times can kind of aid his handle. He's got more shape. He's harder backed. He's harder muscled. You get right in behind him. He doesn't have enough in the seat of his pants, and then in motion wants to roll his hock a little bit. You change that. And we go from there. You've got a practical one that's good body, that handles good, maybe just gets off from a quality standpoint, and then in motion wants to kind of drop his pins and get a little wonky about how he uses his hock. A really good class, really good breed, I guess. Please put your hands together for our fine wool exhibitors as they exit.
Class 2 fine wool results. First place, Avery Avance, ASTA Magnet Program. Second place, Addison Hablitz, James Madison FFA. Third place, Kendra Walla, East Central FFA. And fourth place, Cheyenne Arnold, Helotus 4-H LSO.
And coming in is your Class 3 fine wool cross. We have 9 entries, and we're placing 5. 9 entries and placing 5.
This is your first call for Class 4 Fine Wool Cross. First call for Fine Wool Cross, Class 4.
Class 4 fine wool crosses need you up. Class 4 fine wool crosses to the staging area. Missing 4 from the group.
told you from the jump that I'm going to be really honest with those of you sitting ringside and with these exhibitors. Young lady, if you want to come up here. And I'm going to do it here as well, and I'm not going to change that throughout the day. I don't love this class. I don't think there's one that just jumps out and says we got to win, so you got to kind of be disciplined and just let them total up for me. My class winner probably doesn't have enough muscle, and I'm being really, really honest. But design, back shape, handling quality, for me, that one just rose to the top. The worst part about the one in second is his attitude and his desire, or her desire, to be here. Like I mentioned in showmanship, this one woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But that is the best handling one. That's the biggest loined one. I think that one's the most descript in terms of muscle while still not being just raw and hard like some of these other ones. I think if that one would act like a show sheep and drive up and into that young lady, I think that one could balance up and give our class winner a run for his money. A little more moderate package. And the young lady that brings us our third place one, boy, that one is wide. That one is boxy. For me, in motion, wants to rock forward in our shoulder, wants to get a little steeper in our hip and a little wonky about the way we handle our hock. And then you get right on top of that one. I wish that one's loin edge was squarer and fresher and fuller. And then off to the side, his chest in relation to where his flank ties onto his body needs to be reversed. And I think that one could get along. I think my fourth place one probably gave me the most issue because at times you get a really, really good view of that one. And then at times you kind of have to question where your head is at. In motion, that one wants to drop his chest and lengthen his shoulder as much as anything and just kind of throws her top line off a little bit, but a well-fed, well-presented, a good kind of sheep. You've got a kind of a bigger outlined, a longer-bodied one that comes in fifth and maybe works to his detriment, wants to get a little easy in terms of his top line, wants to get a little staler in terms of his handle. Really nice class. Good way to kick off the crosses. Put your hands together for all of these exhibitors.
Need Class 6 fine wool cross to come to the staging area. Class 6 fine wool cross. Getting ready to enter for Class 4, we have 11 entries placing 7. 11 entries placing 7.
Your Class 3 results for the Fine Wool Cross. In first place, Shelby Smith, ASTA Magnet Program. Second place, Courtney Stockdale and ASTA Magnet Program. Third place, Olivia White and Helotus 4-H LSO. Fourth place, Gianna Cedillo, ASTA Magnet Program. And fifth place, Mariela Mendez, ASTA Magnet Program.
This will be a second call for Class 6 fine wool cross. Class 6. Missing 2 out of the group right now. Riley Duplantis. Need your fine wool cross to come on up for class 6.
Oh, really? It's almost like it's like that every year. Yeah. Or you just see how it's white.
Here. You got it.
I think in this class, another one where you got to stay fairly disciplined and just stay centered. For me, I think if you wanted to go and grab out there pieces, I think you could do that, and your top 5 would look a little different for me. I'm not afraid to call the one that I use to win just safe. That thing is good everywhere. There's no big holes. At time, we want to get a little easier in our top line, but I'd certainly rather be just a hair easy in our top line than hard-backed and hard-spined. That one handles The biggest over his rack, the flattest and the squarest to her loin edges. Not the stoutest, but I think from a structural integrity standpoint, remains an athlete when you get him in motion. I think you have a really shapely, really hard-backed one in second, and young man does a really, really good job. From a balance perspective, we've got to change that one. A little more lower shoulder and chest. We hook up just a little bit low in terms of our neckline, and then off to the side, our bottom line just needs to be better and needs to wedge a little bit better back in through our rear rib and flank. You've got a pair of them here that I think if you just read through hide and hair and get that off your list, I think you've got boxy made, hard muscled type of sheep. For me, I think the handling quality in between these two sorts this pair, they're very, very similar in type and kind. I like this one's fresh handle a little bit better. If you just want muscle, no doubt, the one in fourth, you're going to call me dumb for putting him down here. That one has muscle, honest, genuine, hard muscle, wide chested, big back, big racked. You get back to his loin edge, he's a little rough, she's a little rougher, a little drier in the edge of her loin, and then in motion, her hock wants to get just a little bit in and wants to meet the surface a little wonky. We change that, and that one can certainly move up. In fifth place, you've got a practical sheep that's easily the biggest footed and the stoutest boned. For me, she just doesn't have enough muscle to move up. She's got to be wider chested. She certainly has to have more right there in her shorts. But a really good class. Congratulations to a tremendous group of exhibitors out here.
Class 6 is getting ready to enter the ring. We have 11 entries, placing 7. 11 entries, placing 7.
Your Class 4 results for the final cross. First place, Haley Parker, Asta Magnet Program. Second place, Ramiro Paz, Asta Magnet Program. Third place, Cheyenne Arnold, Helotus 4-H LSO. Fourth place, Lainey Kelly, Asta Magnet Program. Fifth place, Brianna Harris, Asta Magnet Program. Sixth place, Serenity Munoz, Asta Magnet Program. And seventh place, Melina Torres, Asta Magnet Program.
For Class 7 final cross, missing Haley Parker and Andrea Paez. Haley Parker and Andrea Paez for Class 7 fine wool cross.
I certainly have to earn my keep up here if you want to get organized up here. Have to earn my keep in this class, and I'm just going to talk them very carefully so that you understand where I'm at. It's going to be just an honest assessment of what I saw. For me, a young lady that wins this class, I had your sheep as low as 4th or 5th. And obviously you end up winning because I think when you just stay disciplined, that's the best skeletoned one, that's the best built one. that one doesn't just reach out and grab you from a muscularity or handling quality standpoint, but it's good enough. And I think here, just the least amount of holes. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but that's exactly why you end up there. Young lady, I got to be very careful talking about that one, because from his midrib forward, I love that sheep. Boy, that one is uphill, good neck, very, very well presented. You're extremely capable and good at your job. I love that one's body shape and forerib. I don't like single trading animals, but in this case, I think we have to. Our loin just isn't flat and square and crisp enough for me. You get right behind that one. That's the narrowest pin, flattest stifled one of the top 5, so I've got to kind of pick on that one. But midrib forward, that sheep is very, very good, and you do a tremendous job. Young lady in third has the one that is just the outlier in terms of muscle. That is the broadest chested, biggest pin, the most shapeliest stifle of anything in here. Handles like a rock up high. In motion, kind of falls apart. Rocks forward in our shoulder, drops our chest. Can't really handle our knee and our front pastern with any kind of coordination. That translates up high where our spine gets tight, our pins drop, and our hock can't work correctly. But in terms of muscularity, you win this class, and I appreciate that one. Young lady has a safe sheep that's good built and really good in his lines. His top line is jet level. His bottom line is absolutely perfect. Either end of this one just got to be wider, have more muscle, and have more shape. Love the neck sad and the top line of the one that comes in fifth. A little rougher in terms of his handle, especially there over his over loin, kind of a longer-tailed sheep kind of takes away from a balance perspective. Really nice class. Congratulations to all of these young ladies on a job well done. Please put your hands together for them.
Class 7 is entering the ring. We have 13 entries, and we're going to place 8. 13 entries, placing 8. Fine Wool Cross, Class 8. Fine Wool Cross, Class 8. Need you to come on up. Mr. Quinn, you're needed in the arena. Mr. Quinn, you're needed in the arena.
Riley Duplantis from ASTA Magnet Program. Second place, Kale Campbell White from Holotus 4-H Unlimited. Third place, Abigail Mead from ASTA Magnet Program. Fourth place, Clara Havel, ASTA Magnet Program. Fifth place, Brianna Harris, ASTA Magnet Program. Sixth place, Madeline Garcia, ASTA Magnet Program. And seventh place, Madeline Zabata. ASTA Magnet Program.
Maybell Cope, can you please come to the stage? Maybell Cope, please come to the stage if you're not showing. Trinity Boudet for Class 8 Fine Wool Cross, and we're needed in the staging area.
probably the most logical place to start in our crossbred classes so far is the young man that wins this one. I think the fundamentals are there. He's wide, he's round-bodied, he's muscular, he's lean, but still fresh to the touch. And then off to the side, I think he's got a look that's unrivaled in this particular class. His loin's not perfect, and it certainly needs to be fluffier, fuller, and more hydrated, but I still think it's one of the better ones. Look and design, basic build, get that one quite a long way. A young lady has a very, very nice ewe lamb out here that is built similar to our class winner. He's honest and genuine, or she's honest and genuine in her muscle. She handles with some quality. She's great heighted and very, very well presented. For me, she's a little flatter bodied, a little deeper in her underline, and it just kind of throws her off from a balance perspective. Maybe not as muscular and as descript as our class winner, but a very, very nice sheep to be second. I think the outlier, just in terms of skeletal width, roundness of rib cage, and just muscularity everywhere, is your ewe lamb, young lady. Big chested, big pinned, wide stifled, has a big aggressive handle up high. Off to the side, wants to get a little deeper chested, wants to get a little bigger shouldered, wants to get a little rougher in our top line, especially in motion. So that's what sets you in third compared to those other two. But a very, very nice ewe lamb that's got some muscle. Certainly has some market characteristics. You've got one that from the side, if we were just judging them from the side, I think can win. That one runs uphill. That one's a neat necked, presented at a very high level, good chested, good shouldered, and I like those things. A little flatter hearted and just a little flatter there in our midrib, and that translates to maybe not as much muscle and shape up high. You get behind her, she's a little more closed up and a little flatter stifled just compared to the other ones, but a nice, good looking sheep, very, very well balanced. Opposite end of the spectrum here, you've got a really aggressive handling, really big muscled one that meets your hand with all the touch and tone you could want. From a balance and build standpoint, we've got to reorganize that one. A little upright and a little longer in our scapula, a little more chest, a little more refined at the ground. Those things just kind of slide that one down a little bit, but I love the muscularity and the handling quality. Awesome class all together. Please put your hands together for these young people. Show them how much you appreciate their work.
Your Class 7 final cross results are Cody Banis, Helotus 4-H Unlimited first. Second place, Andrea Paz, Asta Magnet Program. Third place, Allison Flores, Asta Magnet Program. Fourth place, Allison Flores, Asta Magnet Program. Fifth place, Dylan Smith, Helotus 4-H LSO. Sixth place, Abigail Mead, Asta Magnet Program. And seventh place, Zachary Bradford, Asta Magnet Program.
Next group is Class 8A, Fine Wool Cross. We have 10 entries and we're placing 6. 10 entries, placing 6. Let them know 10 entries. Exhibitors, if you want a ribbon, please come up here to the big by the arena and take a picture with your banner or bubbles or bows. If you are driving a Kia Sorento license plate LCR 9725 somebody can leave. Again, if you're driving a Kia Sorento, license plate LCR 9725, can you leave your vehicle so someone can leave? And if you need a buckle only, please come to the stage to fill out your thank you card to receive your buckle. You must come to the stage only, to fill out the thank you card to receive your buckle.
a really nice class, and I think quality kind of sorts our top 5 in places. For me, I said it about another class winner. I'll say it here. Certainly don't lead off with the outlier, but lead off with the safe one that's just really, really nice everywhere. Good design, pieces fit together, skeletons organized, and has certainly some muscle shape. I wish that one was better loined. I wish that one had more shape. But I think just a good quality kind of a sheep that's got a good look, has enough muscle to win this class. I think if presentation was the same between first and second, we could probably flip that pair. Boy, that is a muscular sheep that's got shape, that's hard loin, that's big pinned and big stifled, has bigger feet and bigger forearm than the one that's in second. Off to the side, a little rougher in terms of presentation, a little rougher in our lines, but a really, really nice sheep. Deserving of a mention here. Good job to that young lady. Another very solid sheep that's very, very well presented and shown by a very qualified showman there. For me, a balance standpoint needs to change. Hooks up a little lower, has a little more lower shoulder in relation to our rear rib and flank. And then the real story is that's the narrowest pin, flattest stifled one of the top 5, so we need to leave him second. Young lady, you get a different guy in here that's got a different set of priorities, you could win. You could win this class. You could win this breed. Just not my kind of sheep. Boy, that one is robust. That one's stout and rugged, big-chested, round-bodied. For me, a little rougher from the side in terms of design. And then when you handle that one, a little softer to the touch compared to some of those above him. But a stout, rugged, heavy-bone kind of ewe lamb. Right management down the road could get along very, very well. You've got a shapely, muscular one the young man brings to us. Still a little rock forward in our shoulder, a little more upright in the set to our hock. A longer dock sheep that just kind of throws that one off from a balance perspective. But a really nice class. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors. Put your hands together for them. Show them how much you appreciate them.
Fine Wool Cross Breed Drive needs to be in the staging area right now. Fine Wool Cross Breed Drive needs to be in the staging area right now.
Well, the majority of them are actually they can't, they're not left to judge.
All right. I'm going to call the names of the Fine Wool Cross first and second places. Need you to come up to the staging area from Class 3, Fine Wool Cross, Shelby Smith and Courtney Stockdale. Shelby Smith, Courtney Stockdale. Class 4, Haley Parker, Ramiro Paez. Haley Parker and Ramiro Paez. From Class 6, Riley Duplantis and Kaylee Campbell White. Riley Duplantis and Kaylee Campbell White. Class 7, Cody Banis and Andrea Paez. Cody Banis and Andrea Paez. And from Class 8, Devin Schramm and Olivia Floyd. Devin Schramm and Olivia. Haley Parker, need your fine wool cross. Haley Parker, you needed further drive.
If you would put your hands together for our final cross exhibitors on making it to this point. Talk to the kids for a second. You were first or second at your county show, and to some of you that might not be a big deal, but to some of you I know that it is, and I hope that you enjoy it. And what I do in the next minute or two in terms of a champion in reserve doesn't discount that in your mind, that you made it to this point at a show with a lot of numbers and a lot of quality, and hats off to you. The sheep show has been maybe one that we've had to stay disciplined in. I think I've said that before, and just keep it basic, not one that just absolutely grabs you by the collar and yanks you in, but just good, solid sheep that are presented by very qualified showmen, and hats off to you for getting to this point. For me, I've got to take a picture with them in a second, and I want them to look like show sheep, certainly from the side, and I'm not going to hide my priorities. I think they need to run uphill. They need to be long-necked and smooth-shouldered. They need to be level from their back, and then you get into things like proportion, skeletal build, muscle, and handling quality. I think there's a couple that just total up as much as any from a look and design, a build standpoint, a balance standpoint, and where we are headed or need to head in this sheep deal. Very, very good crossbred division. If you would, please put your hands together for them. I'll take the ribbons. I'll go pick you a champion in reserve.
Scarlett Valdez for your medium wool. Need you to bring your medium wool up. Scarlett Valdez and Mariela Mendez. Mariela Mendez and Scarlett Valdez.
Fine Wool Cross goes to Cody Baines, Helotes 4-H Unlimited. And your reserve breed champion Fine Wool Cross goes to Andrea Pai's Asta Magnet program.
And in this class, you have 12 entries placing 7. 12 entries placing 7. Need class 9 medium wool. Class 9 medium wool to the staging area. Class 9 medium wool to the staging area. And just a reminder, if you want a banner or a buckle, you do need to take a picture before you leave. If you want a banner or a buckle, you need to take a picture up here with our ladies before you leave. Or a ribbon. If you want a placing ribbon, banner, or buckle, you need by rules to come up here and take a picture before you leave.
Phone is disconnected.
we dig our feet in and go to work on these medium wools. And man, if the top two of this class are any indication of what's in store for the next hour or so, it's going to be very, very enjoyable. That being said, the class winner's the class winner. I'm not going to argue that's the best one. Good design, uphill, neat looking, trendy from the side, but still a muscular kind of sheep that's built right, square pin, presented at a very, very high level. Kind of a more natural ewe lamb here that maybe has a little bit more natural ewe lamb type features, a little longer and more refined about her head, a little frailer about her bone work compared to the class winner, but still from a presentation, freshness, and handling quality standpoint, second, and deservedly so. Very nice sheep. You've got a wider one that's rounder bodied and probably has more muscle, total mass than the ones right in front of him. From a design standpoint, got to reorganize, got to relax our shoulder, relax our spine, and just make that one handle a little fresher for me. Young lady, your medium wool looks awfully odd out here, okay? A little different, and I get it, but for what that one is, that one's wide, that one's muscular, that one's balanced, and you do a very good job showing that one has some shape. For me, if there was some more shape, if we could clean up our chest and our bottom line compared to the other ones, you could probably move up. Boy, you got so much muscle, it's unreal out here. I mean, tons of shape, huge rack, big pinned, and tons of stifle. In motion, that one gets a little rougher, a little more upright in our shoulder, kind of our knee wants to give out a little bit, doesn't handle our hock and our rear pastern quite as well. Very, very good class. Way to kick off our medium wools out here. Please put your hands together for a good group of exhibitors.
Power off.
Class 8 medium wool winners. First place, Aaron S. Second place, Kinlan Jacobson, James Madison FFA. Third place, Olivia White, Helotus 4-H LSO. Fifth place, Macy Goff, Southside FFA. Sixth place, Mariela Mendez, Asta Magna Program. And seventh place, Isabella Kimber, Southside FFA.
Class 10 medium wool, Crystal Tandre. We're missing you in the staging area. Crystal Tandre for Class 10 medium wool.
I want to be very careful how I say this because I know this could potentially be a 2-year deal. I don't want to offend anybody. My job today is to pick the highest quality livestock and the best ones. I don't care what color they are. I don't care what breed they are. I don't care. Okay, the best one is the Dorper in here, and that young lady wins this class absolutely running away. That thing is mega stout for a Dorper. Huge feet, big bones. He's presented so well. His touch is absolutely 12 o'clock. He's the most muscular sheep in here. I think he gives all of these a run for their money in terms of footwork, bone work, and stoutness. And, man, from the side, when they look like that, they need to win a show, and that young lady does a tremendous job getting it shown. That's not to take away from the one in second. Uphill, long neck, level back, got enough muscle. Just ran into one that was a little bit extra everywhere, but a very, very good sheep. You've got another one that's shapely and hard handling, neat necked and neat chested, big footed. From the side, we've got to reorganize that one's bottom line, right? We've got to give that one more flank to just kind of give us more of a wedge look. And then you get right on top of that one. That one just runs out of gas in terms of loin edge and shape there. But you do a tremendous job getting that one presented. Very fresh, good kind of a sheep. A neat one from the side. Either end of that one's skeleton just has to be wider, right? We've got to be wider chested. We need to be bigger pinned. We need to have more stifle. But in terms of presentation, You do an absolutely killer job out here. Fresh made kind of a sheep that just needs more muscle. You got a practical Dorper here that's stout, that's wide, that's round bodied, a little softer to the touch compared to some of these right there in front of him, and then off to the side from a balance standpoint. Less chest, a little less underline, kind of pick that one up and make him a little neater looking. You could get along really well. Nice class, very good class winner. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors.
Class 10 is entering the arena right now. We have 10 entries and we are placing 6. 10 entries, placing 6. And real quick, we just need to give a quick shout out to our vendors. If you can help support our vendors from our local community, we have Sullivan Supply, Stir Soda Shop, The Branded Cow, El Zarape Food Truck, and Jimmy Girl Boutique, Women's Fashion. This is Mr. Quinn's favorite shop. And also, we would like to thank our sponsors. Our auction title sponsor is Holt Cat and Texas First Rentals. Our facility sponsors is Republic Services. Restroom sponsor is Texas John's. Our banner sponsor is St. Hedwig Paw Country Boarding and Daycare. Our Cadillac sponsor is the Alamo Soil and Water Conservation District. KD Fencing in St. Hedwig. Hydraulic Supply and Service Company. River City Oral Surgery. Our arena sponsor is St. Hedwig Feeding Supply. Also, dates for people to know. The auction is Saturday, January 4th, 2025 at 9 a.m. here at the fairgrounds. At these fairgrounds, at the Bexar County Junior Livestock Showgrounds. If you are a buyer, you must pre-register either at the booth or using the online QR code. Class 11 medium wool Dylan Smith, you're needed in the staging area. Class 11 medium wool Dylan Smith, you're needed in the staging area. Class 12 medium wool, please think about coming on up. Class 12 medium wool, please be thinking about getting ready to come on up.
A real good class and a top pair of them that are extremely high quality and just kind of set apart because of that. I think the intangible things, the things that are hard to do in this business, are done here in first and second. That being said, the class winner is a very, very clear selection for me. Boy, that is a good built one that's trendy and still muscular and shapely. He handles very, very good. He's kind of a fuzzy-legged one that's still big-footed under all of that. Very, very good sheep presented at 12 o'clock. A really good heighted, really good handling ewe lamb here with this young lady. Man, I think if all things were equal in terms of boot wool or leg wool or whatever you want to call it, man, that pair could get awfully, awfully close. Just appears a little more refined here, and then maybe just not as flat and square to the edges of his loin as the one directly in front of him. A boxy, heavy-muscled ewe lamb that, for me, from a balance standpoint, needs to change a little more chest, a little longer dock, kind of throws off her top line just a little bit. A neat, trendy, uphill kind of a sheep that's got a good look from the side. Just of the top four, that's the lightest muscled one. That's a little flatter in his heart, a little flatter in his midrib. And then you've got a really round-bodied, really robust, really wide-structured one that in motion just kind of falls out. Our shoulder wants to rock forward. Our chest wants to fall. Top line gets off, and we just don't coordinate there out of our hip and our hind leg as good. Very, very good class. Awfully nice top pair. Congrats to those exhibitors. Please put your hands together for them as we roll on to the next class.
Class 11's in the arena now. We have 10 entries placing 6. 10 entries placing 6. And our winners from Class 10 medium wool, Stephanie Garza, first place. Kaylin Long, second place. Galeana Castillo, third place. Esmeralda Gonzalez, fourth place. Crystal Tandre, fifth place. Devin Schramm, sixth place. And I need my Class 12 medium wools to come on up. Class 12 medium wools, come on up.
and we certainly stepped it up in this class. And a pair of them to lead us off that are as good as anything that's come through. And I think if you could take parts and pieces of each of them and put them together, there's a little show downtown in February that could get a lot of fun at the very, very top end. Man, our class winner is the outlier in terms of just natural width, natural turn to his forerib and shape and handle up high. He's the biggest pinned one that's got the most twist and outer leg shape. Like that one a good deal. The front 2/3 of the one that is in second is what I would term a little more ideal. That one's more uphill. That one's longer neck, neater about his shoulder and his chest. Compared to our class winner, from his midrib back, we start changing him. Maybe not just as dialed in, sugared up, and hydrated as the one that wins this class, and then compared to the class winner, not as big pinned, not as much shape. I think then you kind of got to go to work and keep your priorities straight between 3, 4, and 5. Long story short, 3's just more my kind, a trendier looking, more extended kind of a sheep that's longer spined and longer measuring. Not going to blow you away in terms of width and muscle, but very well presented, a good made, good balanced, sound structured kind of a sheep. If you want them wide and round bodied, boxied and heavy muscled, you probably argue that I could switch 3rd and 4th, and that's fine. For me, basic build gets this one put in 4th, a little more upright in our shoulder, a little more upright and over in our knee, and then in motion just wants to get a little wonky in terms of the way we handle our top line when we set to lead. A really neat neck, neat shouldered one that for me just has to be stouter featured, has to be stouter about his skull, has to be stouter about his arm, needs a little more shape, but a very, very nice class. Congratulations to these exhibitors out here. Put your hands together for them. We'll get you another class.
Crystal Tondre for Class 12, we need you to the staging area. Crystal Tondre for Class 12, we need you to the staging area. And this is Class 12 getting ready to enter the ring with 11 entries, placing 7. Class 12 with 11 entries, placing 7. And from Class 8, 9, 10, and 11, all first and second place finishers need to come to the staging area. For Class 8, 9, 10, and 11, medium wool, if you placed first or second, you need to come to the staging area now. If you are driving a Toyota 4Runner, license plate VDL 6508, can you please move your vehicle? Toyota 4Runner VDL 6508, please move your vehicle. You're blocking someone in.
A tough class here, and tough because the differences are so big, but the totals are similar. If you want to just line up behind them, guys fall in line. I have to keep telling myself all day I've prioritized build and balance. I've prioritized athleticism and just structural integrity and quality. And I think I just have to keep myself centered there because that's what I like, that's what I want. I have to draw a line in the sand whether our class winner, there's enough of him, if he's big enough pinned, if he's got enough stifle, if he's got enough twist. And for here, I think if you took our second place out of the equation, which is the outlier in terms of mass and muscle, I think that sheep would have enough. Like I mentioned earlier, I've got to take a picture with him, and I love the way that that one proportions and props up from the side in motion. He's an athlete, and he looks like a show sheep should look when they're set in motion. No slouch in terms of chest width, roundness of rib cage, and handling quality. Not perfect at the back edge of his loin, but a very, very nice sheep. Young lady does an absolutely good job. Young lady, you get a different guy in here that's got a different set of priorities. You win the whole show, and I'm not going to argue with you, okay? Wide, round-bodied, still a good built, rugged kind of a sheep. For me, he's a little thicker and more mature about his neck and the base of his chest, and it's the most evident when you set him in motion. He wants to just let his shoulder go, let his chest drop a little bit. I love the pin width. I love the stifle shape. That is a massive, rugged kind of a sheep that you do a very, very good job with. We've got one that, from a mold standpoint, maybe looks like my class winner. He's neat looking. That one's very, very level. That one, compared to these other two, looks a little flatter and a little drier there in his rib shape. And I wish that one was fuller. I wish his bottom line was a little deeper, and I think he would balance up. His flank wants to tuck just a little bit, and he just wants to get off from a balance standpoint. Young lady, if you just sent me a picture of this sheep, I'd say you were winning the show. If you send me a video of that sheep, I'm going to say you probably need to be about fourth, okay? I love the muscularity. I love the leanness and the shape in motion. That's the most upright in his shoulder, the most forward in his knee, and just doesn't want to give you that hip and hind leg flexibility that we need to win a show at the highest level. But again, standing still, a very good balance, very muscular sheep, and I appreciate that. Young man, I missed yours coming in, okay? I've preached build and balance all day, and that's a very good built one. That's structurally correct. He's an athlete. He's neat looking and uphill, trendy and balanced in his look. Of these top five, he's the lightest muscled, a little flatter in his body and a little rougher in his handle, but a very, very good made sheep that you should be proud of. Great class, tough to sort through, but please put your hands together for a tremendous group of exhibitors.
Cleaned it. There's a goat stuff between my shoe. What?
The results from the Class 12 medium wool. In first place, Savannah White. In second place, Maybelle Cope. Third place, Crystal A. Tondry. Fourth place, Aaron Schiefelbein. Fifth place, Jonathan Alanis. Sixth place, Riley Duplantis. Seventh place, Lauren Marin.
Now entering the ring, medium wool breed champion drive.
I need all my grand champion and reserve champions from all lamb breeds to come to the staging area. I need my grand champions and reserve champions for all breeds to come to the staging area, please.
Hey, we worked through several of these breed sheep, and I maybe just didn't settle in and find those that I like, but we hit the medium wools, and man, I am extremely, extremely pleased with my class winners out here. For me, for this judge and my priorities, these things need to be neat looking from the side. These things need to be built good and athletic, and then if they're stout-boned and rugged and muscular, I think that is an absolute plus on my card. I'm not a muscle guy. I know it's hard to tell from my overwhelmingly muscular physique, but muscle is not at the top of my priorities. In my humble opinion, I think market sheep as a whole, 90% of them have enough muscle, at least for this judge. And so I have to take pictures with them, and my friends are going to call and tell me what they think about the job that I did. And most of that's going to be judged by pictures. I want these things to be neat looking. They got to handle good. And they got to be built good. And I think we have that in most of these out here, but certainly in a couple of them that I think are outliers. Again, I think I talked enough in class, and you can just take what I said there and apply it here. I think these sheep are very, very good. There's a pair of them that I think are just different. They're different for different reasons, but they're different. I'm going to put the microphone down. If you would, our medium wool exhibitors have been working hard out here. Put your hands together for them. I'll tell you which two I like.
I need all my division champions for the breeds to come back to the arena, please. Southdown, fine wool, medium wool, and cross wool. I need all my divisional grand champions and reserve champions to come down to the staging area.
or where everybody's wanted to be since the 10 o'clock this morning, and it's been a very, very enjoyable show. The quality has been incredible. The kids have been respectful, and I certainly appreciate that. If you would, our breed champions out here, show them some appreciation. Put your hands together for them. I realize for some that this isn't the end of the road, but if I had to guess most, this is pretty close. I help with our county show back home, and we put a lot of effort into running a very, very high quality, very efficient show. And so when I step in the ring and it's ran well, the ring help is qualified, and they take care of me before and after. I certainly appreciate it because I know the amount of work that goes into it. If you wanted some big dramatic speech that you can record and put on Facebook and get 100,000 views, you certainly hired the wrong guy. I didn't come here with my term book in my back pocket. I'm not going to try and wow you with my vocabulary, but I'm going to give you an honest assessment of your livestock and what I think, right, wrong, or indifferent. At this point, we just choose a champion and we sort out the best ones. I am not a typical guy. I'm not going to tell you that they have to look exactly the same. I just want good livestock that's built right, that's fun to take a picture with, and fun to study. And certainly a few of those out here meet that bill. Once again, if you would, put your hands together for these kiddos. I'll show you which two I like best.
Grand Champion Lamb goes to Grant Gonzalez from Asta FFA. Where is she? And Reserve Grand Champion Lamb goes to Abigail Lutz, Helotus 4-H Unlimited.
currently at Tech completing a master's degree focusing on reproductive physiology. While at Tech, he competed on 2 national champion judging teams and was recognized as a recipient of the All-American Collegiate Judging Award at the 2019 National Collegiate Contest. John also owns and operates Smithwick Genetics, breeding and selling quality show goats. John has judged shows across the state and country in every species, but specialized in small ruminants. This will be a final call for junior showmanship goats, 8th grade and under. Final call for junior showmanship, 8th grade and under. And just a reminder, all ribbon, buckle, and banner recipients are required to take a photo before leaving. All ribbon, buckle, and banner recipients are required to take a picture with our photographer before leaving.
We would like to congratulate our newest Bexar County Junior Livestock Show ambassadors. These high school students applied, were interviewed in person, and were selected to represent the Bexar County Junior Livestock Show to their home clubs, chapters, and schools around the county. They have all volunteered to work throughout the show, and it has been a long week for them. Look for them in their black Bexar County Junior Livestock Show ambassador vests. We would like to introduce our ambassadors. Mia Alvarado, ASTA, 12th grade. Melanie Avila from Southside High School, 12th grade. Cody Banis from ASTA in 10th grade. James Kane from ASTA in 12th grade. Ainsley Caldwell from ASTA in 10th grade. Returning for her second year as an ambassador, Cassidy Deco, East Central High School, 12th grade. Also returning for her second year as an ambassador, Allison Flores, ASTA, 11th grade. Michaela Gonzel, ASTA, 9th grade. Caroline Havercorn from ASTA, 9th grade. Isabella Kibiger, Southside High School, 12th grade. Marlena Martinez, ASTA, 12th grade. Lene McLean, ASTA, 9th grade. Returning for her second year as an ambassador, Savannah Risto, East Central High School, 10th grade. Taylor Robert, Sachs, 9th grade. Returning for second year as an ambassador, Tatum Robert, Sachs, 9th grade. Melina Sanchez, Southside High School, 12th grade. Cash Shepard, Sachs, 9th grade.
Sydney Smith, Sachs, 10th grade, returning for her second year as an ambassador. Reagan Snap, ASTA, 12th grade. Leslie Taylor, ASTA, 9th grade. Caroline Terrell, ASTA, 12th grade, returning for her second year as an ambassador. Crystal Tondry, Southwest High School, 12th grade, returning for her second year as an ambassador. Evan Trevino, ASTA, 12th grade. Savannah White, ASTA, 11th grade. Addison Wolf, Judson High School, 11th grade.
If you're driving a dark colored 1500 Dodge, license plate number JMV 8523, you're blocking a trailer in. Can you please move? Again, Dodge 1500, license plate JMV 8523. Can you please move? You are blocking a trailer in.
Sorry, guys, I kind of breezed through those 3 heats of junior showmanship. I didn't really take any time to discuss with y'all what I was doing, but I was just pulling some standout individuals out of those sets, and I tried to speak with each showman as they came through, gave them a few pointers, but we sorted down this group that I wanted to pull into my final sort, so we'll award our top-end junior showmanship out of this final group. So, but everybody that came in had unique, cool things about them. I gave some guys a few pointers, kind of things across the board, a little bit of head control and movement and just controlling the goat. A lot of guys just could improve a little bit on that. But other than that, each student did a great job. If y'all could please give them a round of applause real quick while I take some time and sort this top end out.
I need another mic.
Sorry about the technical difficulties, guys, but like I said, I expected this to be my top end, and I definitely was correct. These guys came in here and made me kind of work through and really have to dig in and find some things, really be really picky, just be a really specific evaluator, because all of these guys did a great job. You know, we come out here in motion. I'm looking for them to be consistent, be smooth, have complete control, be aware of where they are in the ring, and most importantly, be aware of the evaluator's presence. Those individuals I pulled out for the front end presentation, what I'm looking for is smoothness, control, the ability to transition, the ability to give me the correct angle every time, and just give me a really smooth, complete look. And there's one individual, I think, that really stuck out in that regard to me. And I'm going to go out and congratulate our champion junior showman. But guys, there's 5, 6, 7, 8 contenders in here the whole time. So one individual just really kind of leapt out at me at the end, and that's going to be our champion showman. I'm going to go congratulate them really quick. Good, kind of faltered a little bit there at the end, be a little smoother, get them really locked in on that race. You did a great job. I'm very impressed with you and your age, right? Be a little quicker, if you have a little more control, that'll come with age. You're very, very sharp. I was very, very impressed. You good? Okay, with you, big thing I noticed with you is head control.
Your junior showmanship champion goes to Cecily Johnson from San Antonio Christian School. Entering the ring now is your senior showmanship.
If you are driving a white GMC Acadia license plate JWL6867, you're blocking a trailer from leaving. Again, if you are driving a white GMC Acadia license plate JWL6867, please move your vehicle. The breeding goat class breaks are now posted. The breeding goat class breaks are now posted. And this will be our first call for Class 1 lightweight division. First call, Class 1 light division. This is a second call, Class 1 Light Division. Second call, Class 1 Light Division.
Guys, again, I apologize for the time I had to spend doing that, but all y'all students are so talented, and I had to really sit out here and get nitpicky and sort through these showmen. I mean, this was actually very challenging for me today. There's a lot of good kids, a lot of very excellent showmen didn't make the first sift, but we're going to welcome back our top ends out of each group. But guys, if you could please give me a round of applause for the guys that just exited the ring and exited the prior heats. They made my job very difficult today. Definitely can't sit out here and kick dirt clods. But we're going to bring in our last group.
And this will be the first call for Class 2 Light Division. First call for Class 2 Light Division.
Again, guys, I apologize for the length of this evaluation process. I'm just trying to do my due diligence as an evaluator and make sure I get out here and push the limits of these showmen and their expertise and their talents and really force them to do all that they're able to do. And I believe I've done that today, especially with this top end. I was very, very impressed across the board. I saw a lot of consistency. I saw a lot of intensity. Saw a lot of things that I really like and reflect in my own students that I work with back at home. With that being said, there's a few things, and I can bebop through you guys at the end, or maybe after the show's over if y'all have a question. But I'm gonna save my critiques for later in the day so we can progress through our evening. But there's one individual that just really stuck out to me with the intensity of their presentation, their consistency, just the ability to never give me a bad angle. I pushed this individual. I intentionally, deliberately affected how they were able to present with my movements, and they still were able to execute what I expected them to do flawlessly. So I'm going to go and congratulate our individual again. This one won in my mind. Not easily, but did definitely do things that stood out and really impressed me as an evaluator. That being said, can we get a big round of applause for all of these students? Each one of them could have won a different evaluator today, but there's one that just really resonates with me personally, and I'm going to go congratulate that individual.
Your senior showmanship GOAT champion is Hayden Carlisle. Now in the ring, light division class 1. There are 19 entries and we will be placing 11. Class 2 Light Division, please make your way to the staging area.
Chloe Garza from Class 2 Light Division, you're needed in the staging area. Chloe Garza from Class 2 Light Division, you are needed in the staging area. And this will be our first call for Class 3. This will be our first call for Class 3 Light Division. First call, Class 3 Light Division.
Guys, I thought the goat showmanship was fun, but y'all really lit me up here with this Class 1 winner. This thing dominates in my mind. I love the extension, the elegance, the elevation. Get up on close inspection. This young lady does a great job sticking it in the ground, big and fresh and square to the touch. Really deep and bold and dynamic through his loin edges too. Get him out in motion. Absolutely floats on glass out here in the ring. I like a whole lot of things about that goat young lady. Could he be a touch more explosive up through his front third? Probably. He could have a little broader chest, maybe a touch more tubiness there to his forerib and a touch more three-dimensional there in the center of his cage. But that's a goat that's elite from the side, really durable there at the surface, and crazy at the handle. He's really maxed out today. Handle's big and fresh. I like that thing a lot. Great job, young lady. One that comes here in second is one that jumps up ahead of my class winner a little bit in terms of just shape right out of the backside of her blade. This goat here in second is a touch bolder, is a touch squarer in her rack shape, especially there out of the backside of her chine bone. Where I fault her a little bit, runs out of gas a little bit there in her rear third, and I cut her in motion. She wants to get a little unconfident there in her rear two. She wants to roll that hock ever so slightly and just get a little uncoordinated there in her hind skeleton. I'd like to square that up and make her a touch more confidence there in her stride. But a really elite one from the side with a lot of cool dynamics and shape. Just needed to be a touch fresher there over her loin, a touch more depth there to her twist, and a little truer there in the angularity to her hind leg and the way it contacts the ground. The one here in third is actually my personal favorite from the side as far as skeletal alignment, hip shape, and extension up front. Where this guy kind of falls out of these two ahead of him, I get on top of him, kind of narrows there from his hooks to his pins. I want him to be a touch square, a touch bolder there, especially in relation to them two ahead of you. They're so progressive and dynamic in their body width. But I love this thing's top line. I love the type of goat this is, really level and lean and cool and tricked out. Is he the thickest thing in the world? Probably not, but he's got some really cool bells and whistles and some really good appeal here from the side. Young lady does a great job getting him presented. Congratulations to you. Ones that come here in fourth and fifth are ones that I think are very complementary to each other. Very fresh, very aggressive in their muscle shape and boldness. Both of them need to be a touch square and a touch leveler out of the back of their hip. Both of them can be a touch more graceful up front and a touch more coordinated at how they interact with the ground as far as their hock and hind leg structure. But again, just tweak that hip shape a little bit. You'll be able to resolve those things. Big hips, big loins, big racks, need to be a touch fresher as far as their hookup to their loin. And again, like I said, we got to alter that hip and hind leg dynamic right there on those two. But some really cool does with some really cool pieces. Congratulations to these two. The rest of the class, we had some issues with some hydration, some freshness, some skeletal design things. I'm just going to want to see that improve and be better on those ones that didn't make the sift up high. But congratulations to this class. I'm excited to see class 2.
Your Class 1 Light Division winners. First place, Ella Parrish, San Antonio Christian School 4-H. Your second place winner, Skylar Lachin, St. Hedwig 4-H. Your third place winner, Pearl Stagner, Cornerstone Christian School. Your fourth place winner, Addison Diaz, East Central FFA. Your fifth place winner, Chrissy Rosito, James Madison FFA. Your sixth place winner, Georgia S., James Madison FFA. Your seventh place winner, Raw Villarreal, James Madison FFA. Your eighth place winner, Isabella Todora, Asta Magnet Program. Your ninth place winner, Gabriel Contreras, James Madison FFA. Your 10th place winner, Lane Torkelson, Asta Magnet Program. And your 11th place winner, Alexandria Garcia, Asta Magnet Program. Now in the ring, Class 2 Light Division. There are 19 entries and we're placing 12.
Class 3 light division, Deacon Stagner. You are needed in the staging area. Deacon Stagner, you are needed in the staging area. And this will be our first call for Class 4 light division. First call, Class 4 light division.
Guys, this is my third year returning to Bexar County to hang out with y'all at the county show, and I don't know if I've ever been as impressed as I am in this moment. This black paint goat comes in here and just dominates this class. To be real honest, young man, you won pretty quick in my mind. This thing pushes the limits in terms of mass and muscle and shape. While still being super elegant from the side. Of the top five, he's the most youthful and fresh about his head and neck. And when you get in on close examination, he's the boldest and the freshest over the top side of his loin and still touches with the least amount of white tissue there at the base of his forearm. So I'm really impressed he's able to max out the skeletal width and mass and still be super lean comparatively to these ones that fall behind him. Could you make him a touch stouter, a touch bigger legged? Maybe, if you wanted to be really freaky. But this is one whose silhouette is just right up my alley. I'm really impressed with the freshness, the youthfulness, and just the overall appearance of this animal. Great job, young man. Very impressed. Spot-tailed doe that comes here in second is one that's really not my typical type and kind as far as body conformation. I typically take them a touch wilder looking and shallower, more exotic, but I can't deny the quality in a female like this. I've got 400 does at home waiting on me to kid out this spring, and I take a whole pen of them that look like that. Super bold, dimensional, gonna add some power in her progeny as she progresses. I love the edges, the shape, not to mention this thing is super hydrated. You get on close inspection, big edges. This thing's pelt sticks on there like paper, super thin, super tight. I just need her to be a touch more graceful in the way she contacts the surface. I need her to be a touch more youthful there in her breastplate and more laid back there in the angle to her shoulder blade. Just make her a touch sharper through that front 1/3, jump up that one ahead of you. But this is a powerful, dimensional female that's got a lot of skeletal integrity to back it up. One that falls here in third is one that I really appreciate in terms of a touch. On this one, really big edges, really wild and exotic. You get up on top of her, really maxes out her width progression, really tubey and almost lamb-like in her body shape. Critique her a little bit, just being a touch short and a touch wound up there in her hip alignment and the way it connects into her hind leg. I want her to be a touch more relaxed in that regard. One that comes here in fourth is one, again, super impressed in terms of touchness and fresh and shape and mass. We got to make her flex a little better. We got to make her hind leg be a touch more comfortable and a touch more confident, make her a little more arrogant there in motion. But that's one that's got a lot of cool terminal merit aspects as well. One that comes here in fifth is one that I actually idolize a lot in terms of his angularity and his build and his looseness of his design. Could you make this guy a touch fatter and a touch more maxed out, comparatively to these ones ahead of him? Well, yeah, you sure could. But his design and the type of animal, the looseness and confidence and structure there worked him up into fifth place in my mind. Congratulations, young lady. I like these really late patterned exotic ones. But anyway, guys, big round of applause for them. Let's welcome in our next class.
Your Class 2 Light Division winners. First place, Jake Parrish, San Antonio Christian School 4-H. Second place, Hayden Carlisle, James Madison FFA. Third place, Sophia Wickers, St. Hedwig 4-H. Fourth place, Haley Twitty, James Madison FFA. Fifth place, Emma Bernal, Helotes 4-H LSP. Sixth place, Aaron S., James Madison FFA. Eighth place, Ariana Diaz, East Central FFA. Ninth place, Haley Henning, Asta Magnet Program. 10th place, Henry Anthony, James Madison FFA. 11th place, Chloe Karen Asta Magnet Program, and 12th place Gadiel Martinez, Helotes 4-H LSP. Now in the ring, Class 3 Light Division. There are 22 entries and we're placing 13.
From Class 4 Light Division, I am missing Hayden Carlisle and Sophie Wickers. You need to come to the staging area ASAP. Sophie Wickers and Hayden Carlisle to the staging area. And if you were in Class 2 goats and placed 7th, please come to the announcer's booth. If you were in Class 2 goats and placed 7th, please come to the announcer's booth. Sophie Wickers, this is your final call. Sophie Wickers, this is your final call to come to the staging area. And this will be my first call for Class 5 medium division. First call, Class 5 medium division.
Guys, again, y'all are making sure I'm out here earning my paycheck today. Very contradictive top pair here. These are very different types of animals. I have to recognize the quality in each of them. One of them just, trips my trigger a little more personally. I take this class winner a touch more exotic, a touch more youthful through that front end assembly, a touch more graceful there in the angle to his shoulder blade. Now, when you get on top of him, does he kind of pinch and roll out of the top of his loin there? Yes, he does. And I'd like him to be a touch fresher and a touch squarer there in that regard. But as far as his skeletal configuration from the side, his angles in motion, and his maturity pattern, I like a lot about that guy. Is he perfect today? No. He has some things that need to go home and change and edit as he progresses through his show career, but I like the potential I see in this individual. So my compliments to the team behind that one there. Now, you come here in this one in second. Everything I was picking on the class winner for, this thing has in spades. The big touch, the big fresh edges, really, really hydrated, really, really expansive there in the depth to her twist and the mass she carries in her center cage. Now, when I get on close inspection and get my paws on this thing, a touch too soft for me, especially over there at the base of her cage. And you can tell she kind of got a shot of extra maturity, starting to kind of lose that breastplate and mature in that regard. I'd like to make her a touch more elegant and youthful up through that front end assembly. Now, the one that comes here in third is one that I admire a lot. lot in terms of being long and lean and flexible and square. To put it simple, young lady, just run out of gas there in the back third, okay? I need you to be bolder, more dimensional there in your stifle shape. One that comes here in fourth is one I like a lot as far as his extension and his elegance up front, but this is one that's got to touch a little fresher, touch a little more with some expansive shape there, especially up over the top side of his loin compared to these ones ahead of him. The one that rounds out our top five, this kind of polka dot colored doe kid, is one that I like a lot in terms of her center body capacity, her practicality, and her durability as far as her lower skeleton. But we've got to make her a touch firmer, got to make her a touch later pattern, got to make her a touch more youthful there through that front end assembly. But a good power brew doe that I'd be glad to take home and breed myself. Congratulations to you, young man. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome our next set.
And this will be a second call for Class 5 medium division. Second call, Class 5 medium division. That's okay.
Your Class 3 light division results. First place, Olivia Odlow-Zinlick.
First place, Olivia Odlozelek from East Central. Second place, Chrissy Rosito from James Madison. Third place, Clara Hamilton, Helotus 4-H Unlimited. Fourth place, Kingston Sanchez from James Madison. Fifth place, Winchester Wellborn, James Madison. Sixth place, Brooke Hostetter, James Madison. Seventh place, Courtney Conrad, Helotus 4-H LSO. Eighth place, Isabella Todora, ASTA Magnet. Ninth place, Bailey Gafke, James Madison. 10th place, Avery Avance, ASTA. And 11th place, Marisol Garcia, Burbank, FFA. 12th place, Chloe Garza. And 13th place, Isaac Garcia, Helotus 4-H LSP.
Guys, again, a very intriguing lineup here in the top 5 of this class. And this speculated whether it comes out and wins. I don't know if that's one I'd say he just grabs me immediately and he dominates. I don't think he's that type of goat. But I think as we get out here and break these things down on an individual basis, I can invest a little more time evaluating them, studying their flaws. This is one that has managed to sort himself to the front for having the fewest issues in my mind. I love this thing's shoulder assembly. I love his extension up front. Super bold and three-dimensional when you stand in front of these things. He's absolutely massive there in the base of his chest plate. Really 3D and 2B up there in his cage and down the top side of his skeleton with the really elegant and eye-appealing hip and hind leg transition there. Again, could you max him out? Could you change a few things? Could you edit him a little bit? Potentially, a harsh critic would say that. But this is one that lands in first place for me because I have no quarrels or qualms with anything about that guy. I think he's just pretty spot on in the money. Congratulations to the crew behind that one. One here in second is actually my personal favorite in terms of spine length, hip shape, and front end extension. Does she need to be a touch more opened up in the base of her cage and more expansive there over the top side of her hip and have more depth there to her stifle? Yes, she does. But this is one that is elegant, really appealing from the side, and really, really cool in terms of her skeleton. And upon close inspection, really does not disappoint. This thing is drenched and fresh and hydrated, and she's ready to be presented to me today. Congratulations there to one in second. One that lands here in third is arguably the most opened up in the center body of the top 3 here. But with that being said, I have a few issues there with her skeletal alignment. Kind of gets a touch mature in her breastplate, gets a little restricted there in her hind leg utilization. When we get her out in motion, she gets really close to covering her stride at the flex, but not quite. I want to see that get out and reach and flex with more comfort and confidence and just have a touch more youthfulness up through the front of her body there. But that's one that's really dimensional, really bold. I like a lot of things about. I just need to trick her out a touch more for me today. And here's the one that's going to get me beat up in the parking lot later, because anybody else judging this show, they're going to eat up the ESTs on this thing. If you were going to come out here and max out terminal merit, this is the one for you guys. You want the big chest, the big back, the huge hip and hind leg and stifle. This is him. My problem, we cut this guy in motion, loses all coordination there up out of his front end, really goofy there in his knee alignment, gets a little uncomfortable there in his hind leg. When we get him out and study him as an individual, he really searches for the ground there with the utilization of his rear skeleton and just never has much confidence or stability there in that regard. I'd like to just taper him down a little bit, fix his angles, fix his edges, and just make him a touch more comfortable and make him a touch more flush there out of the backside of his chine. Young man does an excellent job presenting this one and really hides a lot of these flaws. That's why I had to break him down so hard. But I'd like to edit him there out of his chine, make him a touch more comfortable and acceptable there in his lower skeleton. But this is a big power, big muscle, big body goat. If you want to go to a guy that's going to prioritize that, he definitely rolls up in the ranking. One here in fifth is one that I like a lot. Real bubbly, muscled, cool, exotic. Could you make him a little farther either direction? Yes. But this is one, again, just kind of hit the fundamentals. I had no big problems with yours. Sorted in the top 5 because he didn't have any big issues. You just got a little out-horsed here comparatively. So again, round of applause for these guys. Very interesting top 5.
Your Class 4 Light Division results. First place, Scarlett Stagner, Cornerstone Christian School. Second place, Sophia Wickard, St. Hedwig 4-H. Third place, Olivia L., James Madison FFA. Fourth place, Hayden Carlisle, James Madison FFA. Fifth place, William Hollander, James Madison FFA. Sixth place, Ariana Denote, James Madison FFA. Seventh place, Paige Wilson, East Central FFA. Eighth place, Noah Silva, Southside FFA. Ninth place, Faithlyn Ziegler, East Central FFA. 10th place, Fallon Gilbert, Helotes 4-H LSO, And 11th place, Susanna Elizalde's ASTA Magnet Program.
Guys, we spoke a little about each of these class winners and second places in class. If you don't mind, real briefly, I'm just going to float through my thoughts with these briefly so that we're all on the same page and y'all can see where I'm coming from as an evaluation standpoint. We start with this one in class one, and I talk about him just being a little show pony, right? Floating around the ring, really elegant and graceful. He gets out here in this lineup and definitely does not disappoint in that regard. Could he be a touch more explosive in his body shape and his muscle, especially there up over the top side of his hip? Probably so, but this is one that's so youthful and graceful and exotic up in that front end assembly and really, really trendy and modern there in his hip and hind leg. I just really appreciate all those aspects about that one. One that comes in second, again, cool, cocky, arrogant looking. Need to have a little better hind leg assembly there on that one. The one that comes out and wins our second class. Again, guys, I sang praises on him earlier in the evening, and he definitely still resonates with me out here amongst his contemporaries. Really powerful and still really pushes my expectations for muscle mass and dimension while still being that elegant and that youthful and graceful up front. Could you make him a touch deeper in his flank, maybe, to kind of balance his chest ratio a little bit? But that is one that I really appreciate a lot of things about in terms of freshness, in terms of maturity pattern. That's a very, very interesting piece of livestock there, young man. And again, the one that comes second out of that class, really cool, a lot of good things. Different guys standing up here holding the mic might look a little different. That one's just not my speed. A little too compact, a little too short there in her hip. Just need her to be a little more graceful and lengthed out and flexible, but she's like powered up and massed up. I just need to change her in that aspect too. One that comes here and out of our third class is one, again, I talked about that had some issues, and I had to get on a soapbox and pick structure and design over freshness and handle in that class. But again, gets out here, and I love the maturity pattern and the length of spine. Just falling a little short here in terms of hydration and maturity there over your loin edges. But again, definitely does not disappoint. The second in that one is, again, touch two conditions for me. Need to trim her up and lean her up a little. The one that comes out of our fourth class, again, just really complete and really smooth. Could you make him a little more EST everywhere? Probably so. But that's one that just kind of hits me as far as being fault-free and ultra-dynamic there in his underline. One that comes in second, again, is just one of my personal favorites in terms of spine length and hip assembly. Is she bold enough or dimensional enough? Probably not for most guys. But for me, I'm really going to get out here and preach elegance and structure and build today. So that's one I really appreciate. With that being said, there's one out here that hits me a million miles an hour. And I'm going to stick with that one to be our lightweight division champion. It's going to be our young man out class 2 with the black paint. We bring out our second place out of that second class, and again, one that's not my traditional type. Like I don't come here and expect myself to like ones that are real short-sighted and kind of round and dimensional there in their hip and just super chunky. But this thing's close enough to the mark in my mind, elegant enough. The young man's doing a great job presenting her, really hiding some issues that I usually find in some. With that being said, that one just hits me the hardest to keep with our division champion. So we're going to keep the second place as our reserve division champion.
Your lightweight division champion, Jake Parrish. Your your lightweight division reserve champion, Hayden Carlisle.
Class 6 medium division, first call. Class 6 medium division, first call. And from Class 6 Medium Division, Gabriela Sakura, Aubrey Suarez, you're needed in the staging area. Gabriela Sakura, Aubrey Suarez, needed in the staging area, Class 6 Medium Division.
Guys, again, a pretty interesting top trio. None of them really matched. They all had all had vastly different strengths and weaknesses. The one I land on to win this class may not be everybody's favorite. He's definitely behind the gun as far as maturity and just overall mass. But you start breaking this thing down as an individual, he's really correct there in the angle to his shoulder assembly, really youthful up through his front end, really flexible there at the surface. On close inspection, square and full and fresh there, and then the muscle maturity he does have. This guy's just got a long way to go as far as developing and maxing out, but this is one I can really respect a lot in terms of the freshness and the correct amount of conditioning. And for this time, I'm assuming he's going to ride further into the spring. I'm assuming his end date is later in the spring. But again, that's one that's really cool and got a lot of arrogant, interesting pieces. One that comes here in second is one that on first impression, I actually kind of roll that one above my class winner just based on center body shape, mass, and design. When I get up on her, close inspection on the handle, just a touch stale there out of the back side of her blade and a touch kind of fat there and over the base of her forerib. And she's really starting to show some of that extra maturity and staleness. I'd like to get her hide a little tighter and a little fresher as well. But other than that, really cool in terms of her hip assembly, really, really bold and dynamic. She just got to pet a little fresher and be a touch more youthful for me today. But congratulations, the man there in second, really interesting one. One that comes here in third is one that actually upgrades my class winner and my second place on several things. This is probably my favorite in terms of moisture management over the top side of your body, okay? Handles really, really cool and really maxed out. My problem with this one is when we kick them out in motion and ask them to really flex and get out there and go, kind of tapers off in her hip, drops her pins to catch her stride and gets a little unconfident up there in her front end. I'd like her to flex and geek out there and be a little more confident and arrogant in motion. You can fix that up. You can roll up a couple places because this thing has all the bells and whistles as far as close inspection. It's just when I cut them loose and ask them to carry themselves is where I kind of falter on this one a little bit. Same thing for the one that follows. This cape fronted doe is really bold and really expressive, has a lot of cool things. Cut her out in motion. She's definitively the most restricted in her hind end, really choppy and abbreviated there in the way that she utilizes her hind skeleton and front skeleton. We got to edit that out of them. One here and round out our class, our top five, is one that I really appreciate as far as mass and expansion and boldness. Just got to be a touch cooler, got to be a touch cleaner looking. It's got to be a touch more exotic and trendy. The base quality is there. We just need some extra bells and whistles to really roll up in a lineup like this. But a round of applause for this top end here. I'm ready to see the next class.
Results from Class 5 Medium Division Class 1. In first place, Ella Parrish. In second place, Aiden McCauley. In third place, Stephanie Garza. In fourth place, Savannah Risto. In fifth place, Julia Bradley. In sixth place, Haley Twitty. In seventh place, Brandon Serlio. In eighth place, Skylar Leachland. Ninth place, Tanner Robert. 10th place, Evan Trevino. 11th place, Lucia Garcia Mendoza. 12th place, Melina Sanchez. And 13th place, Raul Guerrero.
Be first call, Class 7 Medium Division. First call, Class 7 Medium Division. From Class 7 Medium Division, Cecily Johnson, you need to come to the staging area. Cecily Johnson, Class 7 Medium, you need to come up to the staging area.
This loud colored one that comes in here and wins this class is one again that could be a touch smoother there in his shoulder assembly. Yeah, he could be a touch more elegant, maybe a touch more flexible at the ground, but man, does he pack a punch when he comes in here, guys. This thing is absolutely explosive at the handle, gets out in motion, handles himself well, relatively well enough for me. Is he absolutely flawless in that regard? No, he's not. But he handles himself plenty good enough for me today. Gets out and cats around with a lot of confidence and authority at the brace. Is still super three-dimensional and so tubey and expressive there in the way his muscles laid over his skeleton. Get around in front of him, absolutely barrel-chested. Could you lean him up a touch and make him a touch more youthful there as far as his head and his neck and his chest plate? Maybe a little bit, but that's being hypercritical on one that's really, really impressive in a lot of areas that are really hard to make goats that way in. So congratulations, those guys. That's a really, really impressive one to come out and win this set pretty quick in my mind. A little broke-tailed doe here in second is one, again, that I'm really intrigued on her front end assembly. She is so geeky and so extended. I know I'd love to have one like this back at my house, really, to enter a donor program or even a natural kidding program. On close inspection, this thing is super hydrated and fresh down her top side. And that's actually her bonus over my class winner. She is a tick fresher, a touch better hydrated relative to the one that wins the class. There was just so much extra punch there on that zoo creature that came out ahead of you. Unfortunately, you landed here in second, but that's a very, very high quality female. I'd anticipate her to have a very fun spring as she continues to round out her show career. Congratulations, that young man. One here in third could bebop around quite a bit depending on where you place your priorities. This one is definitively the narrowest of the top five, and this one is definitively the most frail of these. But this is one I appreciate a lot in terms of muscle, tone, and touch. This thing was so firm and so creased up and so explosive there in its shape, and its skin was really hydrated, laid on there really tight and nice and smooth. Just a lot of cool things that I particularly like. Is this thing powerful enough or opened up enough? No, absolutely not. But just through kind of a process of elimination, you bebopped yourself up here in the third, young man. Congratulations. Blonde one that comes here in fourth is one that I can pick on a little bit, being a touch looser pelted and a touch plainer there over the top side of his loin, and that's where you fall out relative to that one ahead of you. But this is one that does come at you with a touch more width, a little more cage shape there in the center body, but that's one that was a touch stale for me, a touch loose pelted. I'd kind of like to fix those things up moving forward. One that comes here in fifth is one that I like a lot in terms of some base width and some basic meat animal characteristics we're out here looking at, but we got to freshen her up and shape her up, pull her breastplate up in her, just make her a touch more exotic and trendy to really continue to run with this set. But a really interesting top five, guys. Give those guys a round of applause, please.
Your Class 6 Medium Division results. First place, Deacon Stagner, Cornerstone Christian School. Second place, Hayden Carlisle, James Madison FFA. Third place, Stephen Miranda, Asta Magnet Program. Fourth place, Lainey Kelly, Asta Magnet Program. Fifth place, Gabriella S., James Madison FFA. Sixth place, Bailey Gaffke, James Madison FFA. Seventh place, Daxton Jung, Helotus 4-H LSO. Eighth place, Ali Trevino, Asta Magnet Program. Ninth place, No Montez, Asta Magnet Program. 10th place, Gabriela Gutierrez, Southwest FFA. And 11th place, Chloe Phillips, Asta Magnet Program.
Jillian Ortiz from Class 8 Medium. Need you to the staging area. Jillian Ortiz, Class 8. Need you to the staging area.
Yeah, fix. Guys, this giraffe-necked weather comes in here and wins this class. Does so pretty readily in my mind. I hope by now y'all kind of keeping up with what I choose to prioritize and how I think these goats should look and where I think the industry is going. And I'm hoping the ones like this are right up that alley, guys. Really, really correct there in the angle to his shoulder assembly. Really youthful and extensive and geeked out up front. He's a touch too long there in his spine column. I would like to shorten him up just maybe a digit there. But for him to be that long and that lean and that flexible and that comfortable there at the ground, and then on close inspection, still handle with plenty of mass and spread, roll down there to the base of his cage. He's still really lean, really shredded up. I like a lot of things about that goat. Could you relax him in the center of his spine just a little bit at times? Probably so, but that's a very small issue for me with all the positives that come out of one like that. So congratulations, that young lady. That's a weather. It's got a very exciting future in my mind. One that rolls here in second is one, again, that I usually typically wouldn't gravitate towards. I find her a touch too coarse in her shoulder assembly, a touch too quick there, the top side of her hip, and a touch too abbreviated there in the way she utilizes her hind leg, especially in motion. But no denying, propped up at the brace, this young man's a super stick out here this afternoon. These things handle big and hard, guys. They got some wild, crazy rib, big edges, and lots of shape and mass, and lots of terminal appeal. But as far as just taking one that's a little too extreme for me, needing to relax her in her angles and make her a touch more comfortable, that's where I see this one. Lots of quality, just not quite my type today, young man. So you're going to fall there in second. One that comes here in third, I actually appreciate over the one in second as far as being a touch more relaxed and a touch more comfortable there in his rear skeleton. But you just kind of fall short, buddy, as far as muscle mass comparatively to that one in second. Now, if the top side of your hip was leveler and a touch more trendy and modern and longer, I'd bebop you up into second place pretty quick. But it's the fact that you're lighter muscled and have the same flaw as far as being a touch quick and short in your hip assembly. So if we could fix that on that one, he'd bounce up into second. You're going to remain in third, though. Very nice weather with a very bright future. Just got to edit that hip and hind leg assembly just a little bit. One that comes here in four is one that I like a lot in terms of her touch and tone and hydration. Just a touch plain as far as her skeleton and her angles. I need to trick her out and touch her up a little more. One that comes here in fifth is one that I liked a lot here from the side, but we get him out in motion. He wants to camp up underneath himself. Definitively probably the narrowest one of the top five, but still got some cool, trendy aspects. We just cut him out in motion, just loses his base width there for me. But guys, a round of applause for this crew. Very, very good deal.
Your Class 7 Medium Division results. First place, Cecily Johnson, San Antonio. Your Class 7 Medium Division results. First place, Cecily Johnson, San Antonio Christian School 4-H. Second place, Noah Silva, Southside FFA. Third place, Jamie P., Asta Magnet Program. Fourth place, Jocelyn Daxon, James Madison FFA. Fifth place, Jenna Lennons, Asta Magnet Program. Sixth place, Taylor Robert, San Antonio Christian School 4-H. Seventh place, Anna Royal, James Madison FFA. Eighth place, Olivia O., East Central FFA. Ninth place, Miley Hunt, James Madison FFA. And 10th place, Weston K., Asta Magnet Program.
Black-headed Weather comes out here and wins this class. I think he does it pretty readily. I was a pretty big fan of this one as soon as he walked in. Is he the most explosive in terms of his bone and maybe the most obvious class winner? Definitely not. This is one that you definitely have to appreciate from a fault-free standpoint. On the brace, this thing is very appropriate in his angles off either end of his skeleton. Relatively level and square there in his hip shape. Youthful and expressive enough up through his front end. But where it really impressed me was on close inspection. This thing's loin edges are absolutely wild, guys. Super square, super bold, really deep. I just love a lot about the terminal merit of that thing's carcass quality, especially there on the top side of his skeleton. Really lean and trim. Could he be a touch more hydrated? Yes, he is a little stale to me. Could be freshened up a touch, but that is one that no doubtedly has the mass and has the look and has the eye appeal to come out here and be successful in a modern showgoat world. One Cape-fronted one that comes here in second is one that actually corrects my class winner a touch. I actually favor the way your handles. Okay, a touch fresher, a touch more dynamic there in your muscle assembly, but just kind of run out of gas there over top side of your hip and through your stifle. And when I cut you out in motion, you kind of want to drop your pins to catch your step. Just get a little uncoordinated there in your rear too. Very, very nice animal. Just needs either to be a touch sounder or a touch thicker to surpass that one up ahead of you. If that makes sense. But very good job to you, young lady, in second. One that comes here in third is one that I slide around quite a bit, depending on what angle I get. But I end up finding the spot top doe to be relatively fault-free here in our top 5 lineup. I like her freshness. I like her shape. Could she be a touch more geeked out and pretty there in the side as far as her shoulder assembly and being more youthful and graceful there in her breastplate? Yes. But that is one just as far as skeletal basics and some terminal quality basics, gets the job done. Congratulations there to you, young man, in third. Pretty cool one to stick here in the top 5. One that comes here in 4 is definitively narrower and plainer there in his muscle assembly compared to the ones ahead of him. But I really like the extension, the appeal, the freshness, the hydration, the skin texture. All that's on the money. You just got to have a little more product there in the future to progress on up. One that rounds out our top end is one that, again, I like the length, I like the extension, I like the flexibility, just touch plain, just touch stale there in his muscle shape assembly. The big difference on 4 and 5 was handle quality, 4 being superior, 5 being a touch plainer. But anyway, guys, really interesting set. Round of applause for these guys. Thank you.
Your Class 8 medium division results. First place, Grant Gonzalez, Asta Magnet Program. Second place, Alexandria Garcia, Asta Magnet Program. Third place, William Hollander, James Madison FFA. Fourth place, Jonathan Martinez, Helotus 4-H LSP. Fifth place, Sarah L. Asta Magnet Program. Sixth place, Jacob Yanez, Asta Magnet Program. Seventh place, Ainsley Caldwell, Helotus 4-H LSP. Eighth place, Cole Carpenter, Asta Magnet Program. And ninth place, Natalie Galvin, Helotus 4-H LSP.
And this will be first call, Class 9, Heavy Division. First call, Class 9, Heavy Division.
Again, like the lightweight drive guys, I'm just going to briefly run through these things with you so we can all be on the same page as far as what I'm seeing from my perspective here in the ring with them. Our class winner out of our lightweight class here is one I liked a lot in terms of skeleton design, just not quite thick enough, just not quite mature enough today, especially out here with your contemporaries, young lady. Falling a little behind. I really like the appeal, the skeleton, the late maturity pattern on this thing. I just think his days are way, way ahead of him. His better days are way ahead of him. Very elite in terms of a silhouette. We just got to get you masked up a little more in this front row. This one that comes out of our next class, young man in the green shirt, was one I talked about being absolutely explosive there in the center cage, and he still stands true to that now, guys. He's pretty definitively the roundest caged one out here in the lineup, while still remaining relatively youthful and relatively exotic comparatively to these ones up ahead of him. Could you max him out a little more, maybe tuck his shoulder blade in a little bit, maybe make him a touch more square there up over the top side of his hip? Yeah, you could, but that's one that I think is close enough to the mark as far as that, and he definitely has all the bells and whistles and all of the impressive characteristics we're looking for. Some of these majors down the road, especially. Again, I like a lot of things about that one. He's very unique, very difficult to make goats look that way. One that comes here out of our third class is probably my favorite in terms of silhouette and spine comfort there. Really, really flexible, really, really comfortable there in himself. Is he absolutely the biggest stifled thing or carries the most mass there in his lower leg? Absolutely not. But they're not designed to be that way when their hip is that long and that level. You got to give up a little bit, and I'm okay with giving up a little depth to stifle to make the top side of their hip relatively flat and square. That one's real interesting. Wish he was a touch thicker to the comparatively in here, but that's one I dig a lot of aspects about that individual. And then the black-headed one coming out of our last group here, again, I talked about sorting up pretty quickly just the overall quality and the appeal and the muscle shape and mass and tone and texture. Is he the absolute stoutest thing ever? No. Is he the absolute most tricked out thing ever? No. But one that was just really good, really durable, and really correct off either end of his body there. I liked a lot of things about him. With that being said, I think there's one out here that I feel just reflects modern show goats and what a lot of these guys are looking for down the road. And I definitely have to praise this one's quality here in this lineup. We're going to go with our young man here in our green shirt to win our middleweight division champion. Bring this broke-tailed doe kid back out here again, and she's really impressive, guys. Super extended, really, really youthful and exotic there in her front end assembly. I love a lot of things about that individual. I did in class, and I can keep preaching about it out here. That being said, I still think there's another animal in here that I have to praise for the level of quality and the level of competitiveness. It's going to be our class winner here out of our last set, the black-headed wether for reserve division.
Your medium weight division class champion results. Class champion Deacon Stagner, Cornerstone Christian School. Your reserve champion medium division Grant Gonzalez Agriculture ASTA Magnet Program.
This will be first call, Class 10, Heavyweight Division, Class 2.
Guys, it's kind of a challenging class. Be real honest, there wasn't one that just come out here and really jazzed me up. I just kind of had to go back to the basics of what I consider the foundational qualities of livestock, and this class winner here is the most fault-free in that context. Correct in her angles off either side of her skeleton, really youthful and extended, fresh and cool to the touch. Is she a touch over conditioned for me personally? Yes. Could she be a touch stouter at the ground and maybe even more extreme there in terms of her shallowness and her upfrontedness? She definitely could. But this is one that handles right, that is square made, and that is flexible and acceptable off either end of her skeleton. Congratulations, young lady. A real good fault-free one there to land in the first of the class. One that comes here in second is one that could slide up and down the roster depending on where you place your priorities. For me today, even though he's definitively the boldest, definitively the widest hipped, and the biggest chested of this group, I'm going to critique this guy when he gets out in motion, completely loses his shoulder blade, breaks out of the backside of his chine, becomes real unstable there and restricted in his hind skeleton, just totally uncoordinated on the move. Again, does he have the most whatever, the biggest rib cage, the most muscle? Is he exciting in that regard? Yes. But for me personally, we've got to make these things more flexible. We've got to make them better at the surface, and we have to correct the angle of the shoulder and how it relates to how the chine ties into their top line. And so those are some issues on that one. Very nice one to land in second, just has some personal flaws I can't get over quite right, young lady. One that lands here in third is one I think's real interesting as far as being real square there out of the backside of her blade, really cool and trendy there in her shoulder assembly. Is she a touch stale and a touch washed out over her edges and a little plainer in her hair coat today? Yes. but her skeleton and type and kind is what interests me. So congratulations there, young lady. Really appealing one there to be in third. This one that comes here in fourth actually ones up the one in third by being a touch fresher haired, a touch better at the handle, and a little more mature there in his edges. Where he kind of falls out for me is we cut him out in motion. This thing drops its breastplate on stride, drops its pins to catch its stride. I just need it to be a touch more comfortable and flexible there in motion. One that rounds out here in fifth, if he was a little farther along and hydrated a little more and a touch fresher there and his muscle conformation and moisture management there, he could bebop up into second or third, but this guy's just way too wrung out for me. We got to have more freshness, more hydration there. I love the skeleton, the appeal, the elongation, the levelness of his hip. I'm critiquing him as an individual. I need him to have a touch more stifle shape and to be fresher and fuller in terms of moisture down the top side of his skeleton. But a very, very interesting one in fifth with a bright future. Round of applause for these guys. Thank you.
Class 10, Logan Rasselbin and Deacon Stagner. Need you to the staging area ASAP. Logan Ranselbin and Deacon Stagner, Class 10. Need you to the staging area ASAP. Also, Class 11, first call, second call. Class 11, come on up.
Your Class 9 Heavy Division results. First place, Alana Sharp, James Madison, FFA. Second place, Pearl Stagner, Cornerstone Christian School. Third place, Olivia O, East Central, FFA. Fourth place, Logan Ranselvin, St. Hedwig 4-H. Fifth place, Christy R, James Madison, FFA. Sixth place, Jace Lara, St. Hedwig 4-H. Seventh place, Zara Ramirez, James Madison, FFA. Eighth place, Seven Groat, Asta Magnet Program. Ninth place, Derek Jung, Helotus 4-H LSO. 10th place, Vivian Anderson, James Madison, FFA. 11th place, Mauricio Galvin, Helotus 4-H LSP.
Second call, class 11. Second call, class 11. Please come to the staging area, class 11. From class 11, Haley Twitty. Haley Twitty. William Hullander. William Hullander. You are needed in the staging area for class 11, Haley Twitty and William Hullander. Class 12, be thinking about getting ready to come on up.
Top pair really really dynamic goats here, guys. Again, they've got a lot of really interesting similarities, but then some extremely definitive differences. So I'm just going to talk them the way that I saw them. I think both of those things in top pair are very good. I think depending on the guy holding the mic, you could slide them around a little bit. I'm going to catch myself favoring the one with the better hip shape, the squarer hind leg, the more flexible hind leg, and the truer base width in motion. It's going to be our class winner. Is he as stout? No. Is he as hairy? No. Is he just as crazy there in terms of some fuzz and some freak aspect? Probably not. But when I break that guy down as an individual, I really appreciate the angularity to his shoulder. I really like how he transitions from a big, deep loin into a massive upper hip there and transitions with enough stifle depth for me. But the big difference is between these guys in first and second, this class winner really shines through when I cut these things out on the loose and make them get out there and fend for themselves, not have a showman hold them up and make them look good. So again, that class winner, really liked him in that regard. This one here in second, like I said, the fuzz, the bone, the freak aspect, this thing is way tricked up, okay? I like a lot of things about that. Big holes for me on this guy. On close inspection, he's definitively the stalest of the top three, okay? You got to freshen him up, get some better moisture management up there out of the backside of that blade. That's got to touch big and fresh and firm and hydrated. You get up over the top side of his loin, washes out just a little bit there for me, okay? We're talking very minute differences, but that's a very interesting pair of goats. But the big flaw for me is when we cut this thing out on the loose, he ducks his pins to catch his step, gets a little uncoordinated there out of his hind leg. He does cover his stride from the side, like he covers his full stride. He has complete flex. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the way he controls it and how he pulls it up underneath himself and then loses it as it goes back behind him. We've got to fix that hind skeleton issue in these goats just as a species. But a great, great individual, just a few pet peeves I can't get over, young man. Unfortunately, you're going to be setting in second today. One that comes here in third, polka dot colored one, is really cool and trendy and modern, has a lot of cool aspects. Needs to be a little bigger bone, needs to be a touch more freaked out, needs to be a touch more elite there as far as her shoulder assembly and her front end alignment. One that comes here in fourth, I think if we could get her a little fatter, a little more mature, a little more filled out, she could definitely bebop up a little higher. I think the tight clip job today doesn't really help her out much either. I'd leave that hair a little longer, give her the illusion of some extra condition there, make her a touch smoother. She's so big and raw on her edges, it's just that tight haircut doesn't really help that. One here in fifth is one I like a lot in terms of flex and comfort and ease of movement. You just got out punched here in this class of 8 here. You got to have more goat, got to have more spread. But anyway, guys, really interesting top 5, a really, really cool top pair. A round of applause for all these kids. Thank you.
First call, class 12. First call, class 12.
Your Class 10 Heavy Division class results. First place, Deacon Stagner, Cornerstone Christian School. Second place, Grant Gonzalez, Asta Magnet Program. Third place, Jocelyn Daxon, James Madison FFA. Fourth place, Enrique Elizaldes, Asta Magnet Program. Fifth place, Jeremy Medina, Asta Magnet Program. Sixth place, Arabella Delgado, Asta Magnet Program. Seventh place, Spencer Hamilton, Helotus 4-H Unlimited. Eighth place, Amaris Ramos, Asta Magnet Program. Ninth place, Susanna Elizaldes, Asta Magnet Program. 10th place, Haley Henning, Asta Magnet Program. And 11th place, Logan R., St. Hedwig 4-H.
Hayden Carlisle, can you come to the announcer's booth, please? Hayden Carlisle.
pair of really powerful goats up here to be at the top end of this class. I think these guys got more similarities than differences. So I'm just going to highlight the aspects I liked about both of them. Obviously, the mass, the shape, both of them extremely well conditioned, both of them extremely hydrated. Both of them get out and carry themselves pretty well in motion, but they both could be a little more flexible or a little square, but I can't really differentiate between one and the other as far as which one is sounder, because they're both just a little off, but they're both plenty acceptable for the vast majority of guys. The big differences here between these two: class winner, super opened up in his chest, really, really shallow and youthful there in his breastplate, and still correct in the angle to his knee, which supersedes the one here in second. The one here in second wants to rotate their front feet about 15 degrees out in relation to where they're supposed to be, while this one up front does it. So there's one bonus point for that guy. Then you get on top of them, close inspection, and handle them right next to each other. Our class winner is a nickel fresher and just a little more maxed out and just a little more creased up. We're talking about 5 and 10% differences between a pair of really good goats. That class winner just blows me away with the ESTs. Again, is he flexible enough and is he comfortable enough in his center spine? No, but he's close enough for me today, and I like a lot of things about him enough to outweigh that one little hiccup as far as a spine assembly there. Very, very impressive power animal to win this class. One that comes in second, again, I talked about having a lot of ESTs and a lot of cool factors. Again, a touch off in your center spine, and again, just a touch off there in your hip in motion. If you could either be leveler spined or leveler hipped or more flexible, you could get around that one ahead of you. But both of y'all are pretty close in that regard, so I decided to stick with the one with more mass, more body shape, and a touch more condition and freshness in relation to day. But that's a hell of a one to go there in second, young lady. Young man cat's this kind of dirty blonde one looking out here. Again, this one's actually kind of more my speed as far as what I expect and what I tolerate as far as their shoulder construction, their front end alignment, and then their configuration and the way their spine ties into their top line and flows into the top side of their hip. But the big deal here, man, you are way out-horsed in terms of power, which for a guy like me, not a big deal. I'll still slide you up and down. I don't get that caught up on muscle. But why you stick third is when I cut you out in motion, that thing is really forward in the angle to his rear hock. He's really straight, okay, at times, really restrictive. I wish he had more flex and more comfort there. Here at the brace, he kind of compensates by dropping his coffin joint just a little more and giving you the illusion of being a touch comfortable there, but he's a little too wound up over the top side of his hip, and when you cut that thing out in motion, he gets really abbreviated there in the dynamic to his rear skeleton. But other than that, really, really interesting goat. I just have to fix those hip and hind legs to get up on me, okay? That's a big, big pet peeve for me. One that comes here in fourth is one that I like a lot in terms of muscle shape and moisture management, just a little plainer in terms of the bells and whistles. You need to be a little cleaner headed, need to be a touch wilder looking, and a little more complete there in that regard. One that comes here in fifth is one that's big and bubbly muscled and got some cool aspects about it. Just again, wish you were a touch fresher, just a little stale there in your moisture management. We got to fix that up. And I wish you were a touch more youthful there in your front end assembly. But anyway, guys, really, really cool top five. Let's welcome our last class in here for tonight.
If you have lost a Bluetooth device for your motorcycle, please come to the stage. If you've lost a Bluetooth device for your motorcycle, please come to the stage.
Also, we have our Class 11 Heavy Division results. First place, Lene McLean, ASTA Magnet Program. Second place, Georgia S., James Madison, FFA. Third place, Cody Banis, Helotus 4-H Unlimited. Fourth place, Haley Twitty, James Madison, FFA. Fifth place, Paige Wilson, East Central, FFA. Sixth place, Aaron Rabel, James Madison, FFA. Seventh place, Kylie Ladwig, ASTA Magnet Program. Eighth place, William Hollander, James Madison, FFA. Ninth place, Tristan Rogers, ASTA Magnet Program. 10th place, Isabella Webb, ASTA Magnet Program. And 11th place, Nathaniel Castillo, ASTA Magnet Program.
I need all of my first and second place finishers for class 8, 9, 10, and 11 to the staging area. I need all of my first and second place finishers for class 8, 9, 10, and 11 to the staging area.
go. Guys, real interesting top five here. One that comes out and wins does so pretty handily. To me, he's the only one that's fresh enough, the only one that's hydrated enough, and has got these really interesting show goat pieces. Again, is he absolutely flawless? No, he does have some problems and some issues, but that's just the one that I landed on as the one that's closest to what I think these show goats all look like. Congratulations, young man, with that one. One that rounds out here in second, I like a lot about its hip shape, its extension up front, and its youthfulness. But again, just kind of runs out of gas here to me in terms of stifle shape and being a touch frail, being a touch light-haired. We just got to freshen this thing up and jazz it up just a little more for my mind. One that lands here in third is actually probably my favorite initially of the set. When they were coming in, I figured this one would be my class winner. Got up on close inspection, just a touch stale, a touch soft. Got to freshen that thing up, hydrate it up a little bit more. One that comes here in fourth is one that I like, kind of bunchy muscled, got some cool shape, some touch and tone and texture, just a touch plain and a touch common in your hind leg. Design there, just a touch frail, touch slick. We just need to make it stouter, more functional, and more eye appealing. This kind of polka dot crazy colored one here in fifth is one that its color does take away from its quality. Like when it comes in right off the gate, I wasn't super jazzed up about it. Then on close inspection, this young man doing a great job sticking it in the dirt. It handles with some freshness. It handles with some firmness. Just the speckle hided and the paint hawk deal just really, really hurts this individual. But you can't help that. I was able to read through that and see some quality in that one. So congratulations to you, young man, rounding out the top five. Anyway, round of applause. I guess let's get the heavyweight drive in here.
Your Class 12 Heavy Division results. First place, Cody Banis, Helotus 4-H Unlimited. Second place, Lene McLean, Asta Magnet Program. Third place, Olivia Lins, James Madison, FFA. Fourth place, Isabella Fuentes, Asta Magnet Program. Fifth place, sixth place, Tim Elizaldes, Helotus 4-H LSO. Seventh place, Aiden McFarland, Helotus 4-H LSP. Eighth place, Marie Martinez, Southside FFA. Ninth place, Luke Laura, St. Hedwig 4-H. 10th place, Miley Hunt, James Madison FFA. And 11th place, Cragen McFarland, Helotus 4-H LSP. Can I please have Isabella Fuentes to the back of the stage, please?
I need all of my grand and reserves for lightweight and medium weight to come to the staging area. I need all my grands and reserve champions from lightweight and medium weight to come to the staging area. I need my light and medium weight grand and reserves to the staging area. All my grand and reserve champions from the lightweight and medium weight classes to the staging area now. And I need all of my breeding goats to the staging area. All breeding goats to the staging area. Isabella Fuentes. If you are still here, please come to the stage. Isabella Fuentes, if you are still here, come to the stage, please.
Guys, I guess this is our last division discussion of the night as far as the Market Goat shows and our Market Goat show goes. And again, I'm just going to real briefly slide through these things, guys. This class winner out of this lightweight class is one that didn't really have anything super exciting and just didn't really have anything wrong with it. Just a really nice, smooth, complete one to go here in the first hole. Again, I'm basing this on a lack of objective flaws, okay? And again, nothing real bells and whistly wild about her, just nothing wrong with her. Just a very nice goat young lady to win that class. Congratulations. One that comes in second is thicker, touch more maxed out, but just really ill built for me from the side in terms of his lower skeleton, just not tolerable for me. The first place out of our second class in this division was one, again, that was a really interesting combination of goats there. A lot of similarities, but some very distinct differences between the class winner and the second place. I catch myself favoring the class winner, more appropriate off either end of his skeleton as far as his angles, a touch more flexible and comfortable there at the surface, and a little more arrogant there when you cut him out and let him cock off and walk and crane that head up. Just really flashy, and I like that. That second place got a touch more fuzz, maybe a touch more bubbly muscled, you know, maybe got a touch more punch there in the center cage, but a little thicker pelted, a little staler, and a little rounder and shorter out of the top side of his hip. That's some things we got to edit on that one. Again, that pair of goats was a really, really, really elite pair. That's probably been the toughest decision of the day between first and second was that pair of goats. Our class winner that comes out of our third class is one that just maxes it out, right? He is super impressive in terms of stifle shape, super impressive in terms of pin width, and he's sound enough and good looking enough. And you know, you cut him out in motion. Does he get a little restricted out here? Maybe. But he maintains his levelness relatively well, and he's just so massive and so demanding there as far as how much punch and impact that thing has in the center of his body and down the top side of his skeleton and all the way down there into the bottom of his twist. A very, very elite animal as far as power and shape and terminal merit. Could I make him a touch more elegant up front? Probably so. But that's one that just really hits me in some type of way as far as being powerful and drenched good and fed right. very interesting animal there. One that comes in second is one, again, I was very, very hyped up about, but a little rounder out of her hip, a little plainer there in her front end assembly, and a little straighter there out of your hind leg. The one here that wins our heavyweight class is just basically by being the most youthful and most trim of a bunch of mature, kind of heavy conditioned goats. That's kind of how I read that class. He was the closest to the mark as far as what I thought was acceptable, and so I went with that one as our class winner. Our second place one had some interesting build and design pieces, just a little too far along there as far as condition, warranted for my point of view. I just thought he was a little too overdone. With that being said, I'm kind of restricted to the two individuals in the middle, our second class winner and our third class winner. I've been debating between them for the title of the division champion. There's one that fits me a little better, and there's one that I think has the ability to really go do well in the spring. And I have to condition myself as an evaluator to understand that it's, some of these county shows and some of these earlier deals, it's not always about what I get the most hyped up about. It's just a high quality animal that I know is going to go out there and do well and be successful. And that being said, there's one out here that just kind of sticks out to me as one that's going to be able to get along at the Texas Majors, and I'm going to choose to reflect that in my division champion decision. It's going to be our young lady in the blue shirt right here, be our heavyweight division champion. We bring up the black-headed contemporary out of that same class, and he gets out here and just kind of wafers a little bit for me. Gets a touch plainer, gets a touch staler. Has he still got some exciting and intriguing aspects? Yes, but I just think there's one out here that gives him a run for his money, and it's going to be this young man in the green shirt to reserve your heavyweight division.
Your heavyweight champions, champion Lene McLean and reserve champion Deacon Stagner.
I need all of my breeding goats to the staging area. All breeding goats to the staging area for the breeding show.
Guys, we spent quite a bit of time together this evening discussing these goats and talking about my opinions and my beliefs on how they're supposed to look. I'm going to save the read description of all of them. Everybody knows what I've kind of been looking for and what I've liked, and I've talked the high points on each of these individuals. Each of them have their own merit to excel into the grand champion position. Like this heavyweight is so explosive and so powerful. And this middleweight is a really cool combination goat, really modern and trendy, but still, no doubt, super rugged and dense through the center of his cage and ultra expressive of over there on the top side of his hip. Still carries a lot of mass and depth in that twist, but ultra rugged and masculine. Then we have our lightweight division champion that comes out here like a little show pony. So fancy, so elite, so progressive as far as that type and kind, as far as like making them ultra unique through their front end, really laid back in their shoulder assembly, completely absent of a point of a shoulder. You get around in front of them, so youthful and trendy up through their front end, but still completely level out of the top side of that hip and bold and dynamic there in his edges and carrying enough shape there into the depth of his twist. You know, not each one of these things matches, but I do think that each one of them has their own reason to be standing here today in a division champion spot. And that really excites me that I can come out here and find goats that are this different in their type and style and kind, but they're still fed well enough and managed well enough that even I can appreciate them when I come out here. So again, just a big round of applause to everybody involved with these goats here. I've seen today, and especially these goats here in the Grand Drive. I've been very impressed. That being said, there's one out here that just really hits me as the type of show goat. Like if I was going to sit down in art class and draw a picture of the ideal show goat, it'd be this thing. And he comes out so smooth, so trendy, so progressive for his type. It was a pretty easy pick for me. We're going to use our lightweight division champion as our grand champion the whole day. We pull out that reserve lightweight division, and she's got some quality in her own type and kind, but just kind of falls out in this contemporary group. Being a touch quicker in her hip alignment, being a touch more abbreviated there in her front end. Really nice goat there in that lightweight deal. Just kind of falls out with these ones here ahead of her young man. With that being said, I'm left here standing with a power goat, super massive, super terminal, very explosive in his body shape, and one that's a touch more of a combo goat, and maybe a touch farther along in his condition. Definitely packing more white tissue there over the base of his forearm. So we have a leaner, heavier muscled one, and one that's a touch farther along in his maturity pattern and condition, but a touch cooler and a touch more exotic. I know I have one that I favor, and I'm always going to side with the leaner, more ripped up one. We're going to go with our heavyweight division champion to be our reserve.
Your grand champion Market Goat goes to Jake Parrish, and your reserve grand champion Market Goat goes to Lene McLean.
There will be a very short pause, and then we'll get right into our breeding show.
If anyone needs any last minute things from the Sullivan Supply Trailer, they will be closing in 30 minutes.
We only got a handful of does in the percentage drive here in the first half of the registered show. So we have our younger class of percentages and an older class with a single entry. That being said, I'm going to talk the first place out of my younger class real quick. That one just hits me as like the right type of doe. Like if I was going to go and just pick the fundamentals and the basics of what a percentage breeding doe should look like and possess. This is her smooth, extended, got some maternal, some feminine qualities. Could she be a touch more freaked out everywhere? Probably so. But that's one, just as far as hitting the basics, I just really appreciate that one from a breeding standpoint, young lady. Congratulations there on that one. The second in that class, a little more youthful, a little more immature, a touch greener today, but lacking just a touch and some pin spread and some elevation. Nice go. It has some cute pieces and potential. Just kind of falls out for me behind this class winner. Then we bring out our single entry with some extra maturity and some mass and some skeletal density. A little rough in her top line and her hip loin transition, but still has some promising pieces. So that being said, there's one that really sticks out to me as our champion percentage. It's going to be our young lady right here with our first place out of the first class. Go ahead, step out. And then we bring our second place up out of that class into the front row to contend and balancing these two individuals back and forth. There's one that just has a touch more practicality and durability to me, just in terms of being square and having some flexibility and some comfort. We could fix some things about both of these individuals, but our reserve champion percentage, we're going to come with our single entry out of our heavyweight class.
Your champion percentage junior doe goes to Paige Wilson, East Central FFA. Your reserve champion junior doe percentage goes to Robert Carver, St. Hedwig 4-H.
Interesting pair of does for this class. I find myself favoring the more traditionally marked one. The extra extension, the extra length, the extra flexibility, the extra levelness just kind of trips my trigger a little more and gets me a little more excited. Because I can take does like that and make something out of them, breeding them to some power and some mass. But I'll always favor these little tricked out ballerina-esque type does. I just like that type and kind a lot. Got this little polka dot one here coming in second. Again, got some interesting pieces and some coolness, just really plain there on the top side of her hip and kind of common in her front end assembly. Just a touch ordinary from the side in terms of my mind. I'd like to make her a touch more shallower, drop her front flank a little bit, level her hip out, give her some more intriguing progressive pieces. But a nice female to come in second. Congratulations to y'all pair.
Your champion full-blood junior doe goes to Ainsley Caldwell, Helotes 4-H LSP. Your reserve champion full-blood junior doe goes to Ariana Charo, Burbank FFA.
A single entry here in this class, but I don't want it to take away from the quality of this female. The extension, the elevation, the mass, the femininity. I really like the jawline, her head shape, horn placement, really hitting all of the characteristics and breed indicators that we look for in the pedigreed show. Just got a lot of good qualities to her. Could you make her a touch more massive and maybe a touch more extreme in some places? Yeah. But just for a nice full-blood female to come out here and be mature and be able to go home and function and do her job. Very nice job, young lady. Congratulations on your class winner.
Your class champion full-blood yearling doe, Sophia Wicker, St. Hedwig 4-H.
Pair of does out here, I find myself favoring the red one for a multitude of reasons. I like the extension, I like the elevation, the youthfulness, the femininity in her head and skull, just very dainty. Could she be a touch more massive and explosive and expressive? I mean, yeah, I guess, but for me, these papered, pedigreed females in these breeding shows, I want them to look a touch more durable, have a touch more practicality to them. And I love the squareness and the comfort and the ease of motion. And this young man's red doe wins this class. Follow up with this black moon-spotted one to be here in second, and that one's the more masculine of the pair. The added jaw depth, the extra head stoutness, the extra feature, just washes out a little bit in her breastplate, gets a little plain there in her hind leg, gets a little uncoordinated in motion. I'd like her to be a touch more comfortable, a touch more jerked up there in her breastplate, and more youthful there about her head and neck. Not quite so masculine and manly in her feature. Now, turn around and make a weather with that one, yes, all day. But in these breeding female shows, I want them to look a touch more dainty, a touch more ballerina-esque. But a really, really nice power female. Just for me, I want them to be a touch more geeked out in this breeding deal. But hey, congratulations to the pair of guys right here. Great set of does.
Your first place Class 11 full-blood age doe, Blas Morin, Burbank FFA, first place. Second place, Nicholas Rosas, Burbank FFA.
I just talked to the red and the black. So, hey, young lady with the paint, can you step into the front line? Yes. So I'm just going to talk this paint that comes out here as a single entry. Again, this hyper mature female, extremely dense and bold there in her underline. I like the top side of her hip. I like the levelness. I like the leanness. As an individual, I wish she was a touch squarer and a touch truer there in her pin width. Added a touch more shot of depth there to her stifle. Maybe be a touch squarer there in her hind leg assembly. That being said, I think there's a pair that needs to stay together. We're going to go with the young man with the solid red to be our champion and the young man with the black moon spot to be our reserve champion. Congratulations. I prefer those two individuals.
Your champion, full blood aged doe, Blast Morris, Burbank FFA. Your reserve champion, full blood aged doe, Nicholas Rosas, Burbank FFA.
We come out here into the drive with our array of registered females. And again, I know our numbers are kind of restrictive here at the county level, but I'm still pretty impressed with the quality. Like, I really like each of these individuals up in the front row. That being said, I think there's a pair of them that just have to stay together. And the reason that is because these would be females that I take and breed and retain and utilize in my own breeding program. That being said, that's just my natural demeanor is to favor these more exotic, more cool, flashy looking ones. With that in mind, I'm going to choose our young man with the red doe to be our champion overall. Our young lady with the light blonde featured weather will be our reserve champion overall. Congratulations to all these individuals. Great full blood show.
Your grand champion, breeding, boar goat show, Blast Morin, and your reserve grand champion, Ainsley Caldwell.
Power on. Ready to pair. Phone connected. Phone connected.